Hello, everyone, and welcome to Saturday Night One Shots. Tonight, we are doing a charity game in support of RAINN. RAINN is a fantastic charity, and we were really happy to be supporting them. They're the nation's largest anti-sexual violence organization. So you can donate through the course of tonight's game to help support a great cause, but also influence the direction of the game. I've just dropped the link in chat a moment ago, and if you click over to that, you'll see there are some incentives. Take a look at them, and I will be keeping an eye on that as we go. Uh, Before we jump into the action and we jump into this fantastic game, I would like to introduce my lovely guest players for this evening, starting with Gordon.
Oh, hi, me first. Okay, hi, I'm Noord Kadir. My pronouns are he, him, and today I am playing another three-named individual, the Hir Ayad Adam, whose pronouns are also he, him. He's an archaeologist from Egypt. Nothing to see here, completely normal.
Followed by Andrew.
Hello, my name is Andrew Strother, he, him. I'm playing Roy Conahan, also he, him. I am a one-time wanted to be an archaeologist. You know, shit went a little sideways, but don't worry, you can come by my pawn shop in Atlantic City. It's called the Dig Site. We can get you a little bit of this, a little bit of that, whatever you might need. Come check it out.
Fantastic. And next is Luis. Oh, you're muted.
I'm good. Hey, everybody. I'm Luis Carrazzo, he, him, and I'm playing Emmanuel Manny Martinez, a boxer from Queens.
Fantastic. And Cynthia.
Hey everyone, I'm Cynthia Marie. Tonight I'll be playing Mel Nessis. Pronouns are she, her. She is a spy from British intelligence. And that's all pretty much you need to know.
And Justice.
Hi, everybody. I'm Justice, and tonight I'm playing Rick O'Connell, who is, a descendant of the great explorer Rick O'Connell, named after my great-grandfather. And I left the family business and decided to go to Hollywood and perform as a stuntman for several years. So I'm just out on a vacation.
Fantastic. And last but not least, Diana.
Hello, everyone. I'm Diana, and this evening I'll be playing Miss Philippa Branch. I'm sure you can tell, but I am a librarian.
Thank you. And before we jump into discussing what game we're playing tonight and everything, I just want to thank our sponsors for the evening. We have Elderwood Academy. If you'd like to show your support for our show and also get free shipping on some of their wonderful TTRPG accessories, like this mini spellbook that I have here, which fits 10d10 with the insert I have. See? Oh, and I just knocked a bunch of dice out of mine because I'm a goof.
No, you rolled them.
I rolled them. Yes, I rolled them. I'll just find those
Humble
later.
brags. That's a flex. I just spilling dice all over the place.
You can check out the link that I'm dropping in chat right now. We also don't have a link for this one yet, but we are also sponsored by Die Hard Dice, so you can check that out. We have some really cool stuff coming with them in the near future. Thank you, Luis. So keep an eye out for that, for those announcements, and we'll be able to share some cool stuff soon. Tonight, we are playing Call of Cthulhu. Call of Cthulhu is a favorite game of mine, and we are playing a modern setting of Call of Cthulhu. But in addition to that, we're doing something a little different. We are playing The Mummy Redux. This is a modern, unique take on the story of The Mummy, inspired and based on the 1999 film starring Brendan Fraser and Rachel Weisz. So I hope you enjoy that wonderful film. I hope you are excited to see our cast revisit some of those roles. Myself, I am representing perhaps the most important character from the film. If I can just find the right religious symbol here, Benny. I am representing Benny. But no, I hope you enjoy it, and we will be playing a little bit of our own take on it, as you will see once we get going. This is a Saturday Night One Shot. In these games, we do teach people how to play the wonderful horror TTRPGs that we are doing. So some of our players have played Call of Cthulhu before, some haven't, and we will be explaining some of the rules as we go. But we did a session 0, we created characters, and we are ready to roll into it. Before we do, I just want to remind my players that we are using some safety mechanics for this game. I have received kind of your lines and veils, and I also want you to know that if anything gets too intense or you do want to take a step back or a pause, just type an X in the Zoom chat to me or throw your hands up in an X symbol, and we will fade to black, take a break, pause, or just roll back the scene, whatever is necessary in the moment. So if everyone is ready, we will revisit the mummy and his curse after I drop a link in chat. Okay, so 95 years after Rick, Evelyn, Jonathan, and Ardeth defeated Imhotep, preventing him from resurrecting Anck-su-namun, 6 strangers, or vaguely familiar, I wouldn't call them friends, but maybe they've met before, are visiting Spain, visiting the sites, revisiting maybe some family heritage, or here on business. And tonight, they stumble upon a secret hidden within the Temple of Debod. Bringing the mummy's curse down upon them, will they survive the ordeal? We begin our game on a bright, sunny afternoon in Madrid. The Temple of Debod is a well-loved, regularly visited site taken from Aswan in Egypt and rebuilt stone by stone in the Parc del Oest, opened to the public in 1972 and well-maintained since then. There is a small museum on site you can visit, as well as the beautiful surrounding park. Today, our lovely players are visiting the temple, reveling in a piece of history carefully transplanted from its original home. And we will begin with Philippa. You have long wanted to visit this site. What are you here for?
Oh, well, I would probably be wandering around and trying to match up some of what I've read about with what I'm actually seeing here in person. So looking for hieroglyphics and, the ceremonial chambers and things like that, that I would know how they were used. Just, it's breathtaking to see it in person.
Wonderful. And as for the rest of you, Roy, what brings you to the Temple of Debod?
Well, I got a guy that he's got a thing for the Spanish the balloons, the balloonies. I'm talking about the coins that do the thing on both sides. He likes it. He likes when he can find them, and they're getting a little hard to find in our neck of the woods. So I figured, hey, why not go to the source? And while I'm here, do a little sightseeing, do a little picture taking, and meet a dude, back behind the temple, and he's gonna hand me the coins, and that's what we're gonna do. That's how it's gonna go down. So just kind of here, keeping my eye out. I think that's a little bit of ways away. This guy's also a flake, so who knows if he shows? But just kind of hanging out, keeping an eye on things,
Wonderful. And Rick, what brings you to Madrid and the temple?
Well, based on my family history, I tend to stay out of the desert and hot sandy places. It just brings back a lot of bad memories for the family. However, I've always been, enamored with Egyptian culture based on those same stories. I grew up with my grandfather Alex, telling me all about just the wonderful adventures that they ran into. But there's just this, family curse thing that. We really like to stay away from Egypt itself on the off chance that we wake another curse. And so I figured that this was a safe alternative. It's Egyptian, and it's a way for me to experience the history and the culture of the area, but without having to go to Egypt. So, just checking out the sites and seeing what all there is.
Fantastic. And here.
Well, as an archaeologist, I like to explore new things, and it's strange, This place belongs to my people, but it's not with my people. So I want to see how well it's taken care of, and more importantly, I just want to explore it in a way that many people living in the place I do, would never have the chance to.
Fantastic. And Mel, what brings you to the temple today?
I was told that there was a bit of a tip of a possible money laundering scheme, and there was one lead that was given to me, a last name called Carnahan, and therefore I followed them to said tomb. And I'm here just to watch and kind of look at the sights.
Lovely. And Manny, what brings you here today?
Well, I'm actually I live in the U.S. and I'm a boxer, and I actually have a match in Madrid. But on top of that, I was actually born here, and went to the U.S. when I was really little. Grew up in Queens. Was raised by my mom, but my dad still lives here, and I lost touch with him. And so I reached out to him, and was hoping he can come watch me do my thing. And he responded and told me to meet him here. I don't know why, but I haven't seen him in a long time, and I don't know anything about any of this stuff. So I kind of feel like I'm a little bit out of place. But I'm looking for him.
Wonderful. You're all enjoying the beautiful weather on this afternoon. And you're here on your own, but there are tours that come through every once in a while. There's tour guides kind of explaining the ruins to people, showing them the hieroglyphics. But you have the site to yourselves the majority of the time. The tours kind of come through and interrupt whatever you're doing, but feel free to explore, take a look around. What are you would have noticed each other, but what are you most interested in right now?
I think I'm just walking around grabbing some selfies, making sure that I'm looking good, and be like, Philippa, you're hey Philippa.
Roy!
How the hell are you? What are you doing here?
Well, I could ask you the same thing. I simply thought you were swamped at your
That's what we're
shop.
doing. Come here. We're taking a picture. That's what we're doing.
Oh, no, I really don't. I don't like having my photo taken.
do it.
I just.
That's good.
All right.
That's good.
Okay. Well,
That's good. My followers are gonna love
please
this.
don't post that. I just.
Nope. It's posted. It is. It's. Yep. Look at that. 2 likes already.
What wonderful. So what brings you here? Are you artifact hunting? Is there a dig going on? Could I please come and see it?
There's always a dig going on, but that's kind of a special arrangement you got to make ahead of time. That the kind of digs I go to, you can't quite walk in on them just casual like. But yeah, no, I'm here getting some stuff. Some of the regulars, they have some specific tastes that they would like fulfilled.
The manuscripts that you sold me last month were really
they're genuine.
spectacular.
I mean, they're 100% real. I don't know why you would say otherwise.
I was just going to say that there was a few hieroglyphics I wasn't super familiar. What do you mean? They're not real?
What? Who said that? No, you're good. You're good. No, you like them. They're quality, right? They're from the source, primo. Anyway, look at all these people. Look over my shoulder. Is there a hot chick looking at me? Like probably don't look without looking. Just like look.
I don't know how to do that.
Philippa, you would notice a young woman who is actually subtly keeping an eye on the both of you, it looks like. Mel, what exactly are you up to?
I'm definitely sipping on a latte, just kind of in the periphery of watching what is going on, but trying not to be terribly obvious. But seeing as how I'm probably one of the more different looking folk, I probably look very obvious that I'm staring at people.
There is a young lady. She's not really looking at you. I'm sorry. I don't think she's very interested, Roy. I just.
No, not like that. Walk with me. Walk this way.
Oh, okay. But all of the artifacts are.
No, we'll go back. Just humor me for a second.
All right.
Is she looking now?
Is she looking now? She is.
I told you. I told you she's been following me over this damn place. I don't even know what she's here for.
Why is she following you, dear?
I mean, look at me. Why would
So I'm gonna approach and be, are you Roy Carnahan? I've seen your Instagram. I'm an avid follower. I'm so sorry if I'm being quite awkward. I just very
She's a fan,
excited.
Roy.
anything for one of my 327? Hold on, 326. Fuck. 325. 300. Anything for my
Stop
fans.
looking
Yeah,
at
you want a shot real quick? Here, we can grab one.
Actually, no pictures. I get really nervous around cameras. I'm sorry. But what brings you here? I thought that you were going somewhere else, like to England or something.
There's a dig.
That's not a dig. Why would you say there's a dig?
There's a very exclusive dig going on.
The dig is a bar. It's a bar that I love to frequent here, where people enjoy fine beverages. That's where I'm going later, Philippa.
This is a temple. Roy, dear, you lost.
No, I'm just here. I'm here for the sights. Why is everybody so caring about my itinerary? I mean, what gives?
I mean, you're an influencer. Why would you even want to go to something like this?
I mean, that's very flattering of you.
I beg your pardon. This is fascinating. This is history all around you.
Yes, I know this is history. I've been told it many times from my great-grandmother and my grandmother.
I'm sorry. What did you say you did?
Well, I didn't say what I did. I was just here taking in the sights and I saw Roy here and I got very excited.
Oh, so you're a stalker then?
I wouldn't say I'm a stalker because I was here at the tomb before he showed up.
But you stalked us over here. You see,
God tier stalking right there.
You should really he's a stranger, and interpersonal relationships through online connections aren't really a thing, you see. So maybe just let him go about his day.
Oh,
thank you. And I'll kind of lead him away slowly.
Following.
Okay. And as you're leading him away, you probably bump into Manny, who's kind of looking around. You're looking around for your father.
I'm definitely looking around, but I think I started to notice a couple things. One, I noticed heated English starting to happen,
Yes.
and my ears are like, wait, what's that? Because I've been trying to like immerse myself much more into the Spanish since I've been here, and I think if Philippa bumps into me, it's just as I was starting to approach them, and it's like bumping into like a wall.
She probably falls over.
I'm gonna try to catch her. I'm so sorry, Miss. I'm sorry. I should. I'm a little clumsy.
Your pardon.
I'm sorry. I couldn't help but notice that you're well, you're not from where I'm from, but you're speaking a language that look, my Spanish isn't as good as I had hoped it was, and it's a relief that hearing some English. I've been trying to work on it since I've been here, but I'm really out of place. You sounded like you really knew what this place was about, and
would you like
I'm kind of in need of a. Yeah, I would very much like a tour. So, what is this?
I'm so glad that you asked. And Philippa is going to, with a large, lavish gesture, kind of do like a full 360-degree circle and then launch into a diatribe about this temple and exactly what it was for.
Excellent.
Most of that is like going way over my head, but I'm listening very, very intently,
Okay.
for sure.
And then for Rick and Zahir, you would hear this very elaborate, very detailed, very accurate description of the site in English, which most of the tour guides coming through are speaking in Spanish, from Philippa as she begins to show Manny around, tailed by Roy and probably watched by Mel from a little bit of a distance.
Oh, fantastic. Is this a tour group? I was just looking for someone that could show us around, and it seems like you all have it under control. Please carry on. Don't allow me to interrupt.
Welcome. Truly, it's an honor to have you. And then she'll just keep on going.
Is this a tipping thing? Should I pay beforehand, or is this we were
Yes,
rounded up at
100%.
the
It's
end?
$50 American. You pay right now, and then we collect
Oh,
a gratuity at the end.
No,
and
don't
then-
do that. Don't do that. The tour guides here speak in Spanish. Thus, she is no more a guide than any one of us.
But
Just
the tour
obviously
guides don't know what they're
enthusiasts.
talking about, though.
Well, didn't say that they did. I just said that you're not one.
I am.
She
I'm
seems to really know
confused.
what she's talking about. And I mean, I do unfortunately need another translator to translate half the words that she's using, because I don't understand half of the stuff that she's saying, even though I know it's in a language I definitely understand. But
I'm
so the more of
happy
you,
to
the
help.
better.
I can help translate, and probably better than her.
Oh. Well, hi.
Well, hello.
Hi.
Are you
Okay.
still
Hi to you
here?
two.
Yes, actually, I am still here. Would you
So
like
am
to
I.
give the tour, or would you like me to do it?
Oh, by all means, take it away, darling.
Wonderful. So the things that you need to know about is that there's a story here that she would probably interpret differently than I would. But the first thing you should know is that part of this is actually my ancestry.
Oh, same here.
I see. What part?
Well, I, according to my, great grandparents, am a descendant of a long-lasting line of warriors. Of course, it's all nonsense. Probably just your average Egyptian.
Nonsense.
Are they the Magi?
Yes.
We are in Spain, right? We're not in Egypt. This is Spain.
Yes, I'm Egyptian.
Like the super secret organization nobody talks about, Magi. That one, the Magi that no one talks about, that we're not supposed to know about, that Magi.
How would you know about that?
I don't know. I read it online.
You sold me a piece of papyrus with some.
I mean, excuse me. You've been
I did.
selling.
It was genuine. I don't know why you would
ancient-
suggest otherwise.
You've been selling ancient artifacts
Yes.
that don't belong to you.
And like behind Philippa's back, I'm like, fake, not real. No, not a big deal. Not real at all. It's good.
So
It's
can
good.
you explain to me one more time that he sold you ancient artifacts on papyrus?
Well, he sent me several things. Now, a lot of it was frankly garbage. Sorry, Roy. But there were a
None
few
taken.
pieces of note, and one of them spoke specifically about this temple, you see.
Well, I'm sure, speaking on behalf of all of us, that we'd love to hear it. By all means, tell us exactly what you know.
Yes, certainly, and I'm willing to. Who do I owe the $50 to?
That'd be me. You can pay right now. She's
I
going to give a little
wasn't
speech. It'll
planning
take a while.
There's no.
I don't have US dollars. I haven't exchanged yet, but here's.
He's fleecing you.
Storyteller.
Sorry.
Yes.
And maybe Roy. What have I been told about this place?
I would say that most of what you know about the temple is accurate. Most of what you know about the history, like the history, the things that maybe Zahir is mentioning. Why don't you give me a... Let's make it a library use roll. Let's find out exactly how much you do know about this place.
I don't know if you know that, but that's something I'm real good at.
And I would tell you that Roy was probably pretty shocked that there was something, genuinely informative in the stack of manuscripts that he
I'm
gave
assuming you just copied them from somewhere.
you.
Like,
It's just, yeah.
that is a hard success.
Okay. Then no, you are mostly accurate about what you know about the site. Maybe some of the specific legends and background is off, but you know what you're talking about. But the fact that you've been challenged on your knowledge of the site is very upsetting to you, and
Of course.
you're going to actually need to make a stability roll thanks to a donation from a viewer.
I'm going to go ahead and blame Hermes for that. Thanks, buddy. I suspect.
Yes.
Oh, hey. That's a 3, so I pass.
You do pass.
Yeah.
Then you're fine. It's a wound to your ego, but you are used to not getting the respect you deserve in some instances, so you're able to shrug it off.
I'd love to hear another account of what this place was and what it did. So do you mind me taking a few notes?
Oh, you're talking to me?
No, Zahir.
Oh.
I'm the here. Nice to meet you. Sure, I could tell you a little bit about this place, judging by average architecture. I feel like I should roll for this. Can I do a history roll to see how much I actually know?
You absolutely can. Go ahead and give me a history roll.
Okay, so I got a 35 on the dice, and my history is 75.
Okay.
And the other numbers are 37 and 15. So what does that mean? What kind of success is that?
Go through those numbers again one more time. Sorry,
Okay.
my brain sometimes flips them around.
No, that's absolutely fine. So I have a 75 for history.
Mm-hmm.
The other smaller numbers are 37 and then 15.
Yep.
What I actually rolled was a 35, so it's below the second number.
That's just a hard success at this point then, which means you do know quite a bit about the site. It's been passed down through your family. You know that there were some artifacts buried underneath it. You don't know if they were moved with the temple to Spain when it was donated by the Egyptian government, but there is a bit of a legend around it that a curse was broken and the relics were reburied, because obviously the curse occurred when the relics were taken from their original tomb, but they were reburied here and reconsecrated in this land, or the land where the temple was.
They were reburied where the temple was, not here.
Correct.
Okay.
And you don't know if they were moved with it.
Well, there's two things. One, I could tell you more about the temple itself, or I could tell you about the curse.
Yes.
Preferences?
Curse. I'm not sure that I like the sound of that.
Well, there was a curse broken when
Oh, thank God.
the artifacts were, well, no, broken as in the curse was brought into effect. Artifacts were taken out of the temple. Most ancient Egyptian curses evolve something along those lines, because naturally all of these things are supposed to go with you when you pass on to the afterlife, right? So a lot of curses are designed to make sure things stay in place. So when things are taken out, the curse takes effect. These specific artifacts, though, were buried back in Aswan. I don't know if they were brought back here when the temple moved over, but this was before that.
That sounds made up. I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm not superstitious. So
History.
you look a little green in the gills. Are you all right? She's gonna kind of look at Rick and.
Oh, certainly, yes. I just have I didn't go to Egypt specifically because of curses. I've got a bit of a family history with them. So if we can avoid any of those on this tour, I really would appreciate it. I can pay extra if that would avoid the curses.
No one is...
Look, I mean, I don't mind paying for a quality tour. I just want to learn a little bit about it.
Rick, while you're saying that, can you actually give me a dexterity check?
Oh no, that seems. Hey, that is an extreme success.
Extreme success. While you're talking, obviously, the thought of a curse worries you, and you're kind of backing away from the group, and you almost trip over a stone. Maybe you catch yourself on the wall, but when you do, the specific portion of the wall that you grab a hold of shifts under your hand.
Oh.
And you all hear the ominous sound of stone grating against stone as a hidden passage opens in the wall next to Rick.
Bollocks. That's precisely the type of thing I wish to avoid. Please tell me that that's supposed to happen, that that's part of the tour.
Right, because we're at a theme park and all these extravagant things are supposed to happen, just like mummies are supposed to be popping out of tombs, right?
Well, I certainly hope not. I don't mess around with mummies.
Do you realize what you found, though?
Well, I hope that it is just an average, maybe a restroom. Is there
You've
perhaps
discovered
a
a new passage in the temple. We'd be foolish not to see what it's all about. Roy, think of the artifacts that are probably in there. You could be the first person to document them. And you, strong sir who doesn't speak Spanish, we all speak English and we'll be going in there.
There might be heavy rocks that need lifting, you know?
I mean, you know what? I
That's
gotta ask y'all something.
Mm-hmm.
You're all talking about curses, and you all are talking about them like as if you believe in them.
Oh,
Yeah, have you
certainly.
ever met my ex-mother-in-law?
Well, I don't think so. Maybe I have. I'm not sure.
Well, if you do, you'll believe in curses too.
Okay,
gotcha.
listen, what is history but a bunch of stories told by people to... Look, these curses did mean things to the people who enacted them. Whether they actually exist, whether, scarabs start appearing out of nowhere, yada, 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 it doesn't matter. It's that they meant something to the people who inscribed them upon walls, who wrote about them in papyrus. That's what matters.
I strongly disagree. I believe that if scarabs do start popping out of everywhere, that is very important.
Zahir, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course.
If I were to say to you, I'm a stranger traveling from the east seeking that which is lost.
I wouldn't say anything.
Right, exactly. And I walk straight into the tube.
Okay.
Right behind her.
And I kind of grab your shoulder. I'm like, we can just shut the door now. Like, we can just close it and we can go.
I'm not going to let her be the first person to discover whatever's in there. Don't
She'll
be a
also be
chicken
the last
shit, Roy.
person. Strong words. Fine.
Without
After
another
you.
word, I'm already down.
Okay.
It's directly following now.
So Mel immediately just walks through this hidden passage that opened, almost followed by Philippa before Roy intercepts briefly, and Philippa and Zahir, you kind of converge and head in at the same time. It's a wide enough door. Roy, Manny, Rick, what do the rest of you do?
So I'm going to stop dead for just a moment when Mel says that. And then against my better judgment, I'm going to stumble into the passage. One moment, ma'am. What was that you just said?
What does it, if I were
About
to
the
say
traveler.
to you, I'm a stranger traveling from the east seeking that which is lost.
And I'm a stranger traveling from the west. I don't know why I know that, but that seems important to me.
I grab
Who
his
are
arm.
you?
Yeah.
I'm going to inspect his arm. Is there anything on it that I would notice?
Rick, is there anything on your arm that Mel would notice or take note
Well,
of?
there's a leather band that is on my wrist, but there's nothing on the right wrist. No, of course not.
I'm going to unbuckle the leather
Ma'am,
band.
please.
If
please
you're
buy
going
me
to
a drink
pickpocket,
first. Certainly. I mean, I don't kiss and tell, and certainly not on the first date.
That's not what I was looking for. And I try to yank it off of him.
Why don't you give me opposing brawl checks?
could I
Oh,
nudge Manny and say, shouldn't you stop them?
I'm off the clock right now.
She's
so I don't know what's
assaulting
going on
him.
here. I'm not a bodyguard or anything. I'm just, he looks like he can take care of himself, I guess.
I doubt she'll find what she's looking for. If that helps.
I
What is
rolled
she
a
looking for?
53, so I have a success on that.
I rolled a 59, and I have a failure on that.
Oh, well. Then Mel, you are able to wrest the leather cuff off of Rick's wrist pretty quickly.
How in the devil did you manage that? That is quite the deft hand you have there, as I put my hand behind my back.
Why are you hiding your hand? You clearly know who I am because you were able to repeat something.
I do not know who you are. The phrase popped into my head when you said it. I know nothing else, and I will mistakenly lift my hands again, and there is a elaborate, all-seeing eye-esque tattoo on his wrist or forearm.
So you have no idea what that is.
It's a bit of a family legacy. All of the men of my family have a strange birthmark there. That's all. It's just a.
And let me guess, your great grandfather got it because he was an orphan or something, right?
Well, my great grandfather, yes. My great grandfather. I forget. British descendancies get very confusing, especially when you start factoring in the aristocracy. And I think that we should probably head back out.
What did you say your name was?
I did. Oh, I did. I didn't.
I'm Philippa Branch. It's wonderful to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. You have lovely eyes. My name is Rick
Rick what?
O'Connell.
I throw the leather thing at him and storm off.
What
The Rick
the hell is
O'Connell.
going on here? What the?
Well,
Whatever. Carry on.
my great grandfather. You might know. You might have seen some of my films. I'm not a star, but I'm in the background. Many people mistake me for Brad Pitt on occasion.
I've read everything everyone in your family has ever written.
Well, I assure you that I've stepped away from that part of the family. I wanted to distance myself from them.
Wait, no.
As you should.
I do recognize you. You were in that movie, the one with the earthquake made out of snakes. You were one of the
Yes.
people yelling about the snakes.
Right. Yeah. That wasn't my shining moment. I do a lot better stuff when I'm not on the screen. I mean, on the screen, but I'm not the front man, as it were. I just, I step in and do the hard part, and then let the other folks, take all the fame and whatnot. But it's a life of danger, and I enjoy it.
So you're an actor.
No, hardly. I am a stuntman. Very different unions.
Oh.
I beeline to him and I grab his hand and I give him a real firm handshake. Yeah, that's the real stuff.
The moneymakers, yes. Thank you. Very, very pleasure to meet you. I mean,
Yeah.
all respect to you. You, based on the scars and the way your nose is broken several times, it looks like you have you do the real stuff. I simply perform a part.
Well, I have a lot of respect for that, and I'm personally I appreciate that. What you noticed more than anything was my broken nose and not my ears. And I did a lot of wrestling and UFC training and stuff. So, hey, we all got the battle scars.
We all have scars that we carry.
So who is the curse expert? I'm all ears here, and this tour is getting really fascinating. But I'm looking for somebody who believed in curses, and I'm starting to think that maybe there's something to what you all are talking about, even though I think I don't know, you all seem like a crazy group to me.
Why are you looking for somebody who believes in curses?
Well, look, I'm looking. Well, I was supposed to meet my dad here, and I don't know him. We're estranged. Part of the reason why. Well, no, I don't think anybody here is my dad.
No, you don't think he might have gone inside, though? We should probably check if you're searching for him.
Well, I think I think I'm a little more interested in what you guys are all talking about here, because one of the reasons why he's not in my life is because he believed in curses, and I think that's just pretty stupid reason to leave a family for. But anyways, I don't want to really get personal about what I got going on. Are you all okay? You all are, first of all, I approach Mel. You got a fighter in you, and I'm pretty impressed with the way that you took him down.
Oh, thank you. I've had a little bit of training myself, but it just comes naturally.
And as you two get closer to each other, you almost feel as if you've met before. Mel looks very familiar to you for some reason, and Mel vice versa. And I'm going to ask you to both make power rolls for me.
Oh, all right.
Where is that on the sheet?
That's one of your characteristics up at the top, POW.
Copy. Thank you.
I got a success. Not a fancy success.
Got a hard success.
Okay. Manny, the feeling persists. You feel like maybe you've met a lot of people. You know a lot of people. Maybe you've just met Mel before. But Mel, there's something you've obviously studied more of the history of the tomb and of the lore here, and something strikes you a little odd about 6 strangers who, many of whom actually do know each other, converging on this point at the same time.
So kind of in Manny's vicinity, I kind of like raise my hand up just a little bit, and then I kind of snap and go, I'm sorry. So we have Rick O'Connell, we have Philippa Branch, we have Carnahan here, and I'm sorry, what was your name again? I look over to Zahir.
Zahir Ayad Adam. I don't think anyone would know who I am.
I don't know who he is.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you too. What point are you trying to get at?
I just I'm making a bit of connections. I don't think I've fully introduced myself. My name is Mel Nassis. I think I might have mentioned this is a little bit of my ancestry here, and Rick, your family, I guess, was the one who was able to tell the tale of history, but what they failed to realize is that there was another side of it. And though your family seems to think that they're the heroes, that they're the ones who discovered everything, in fact, they were thieves.
Well, right. I don't want to get involved, but that's kind of the British way. I'm sorry, but that's just the way that.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, and I don't agree with it, but I'm not a thief. And my grandfather, he had many quirks and many poor qualities, but from all accounts,
I think that there's another thief amongst us.
How did you know Roy's name?
And I don't think Zahir appreciates you calling him a thief.
I don't think she's calling me a thief.
I don't know who else she would be referencing.
How did I know Carnahan? I told you already. I follow his Instagram.
She's a fan. She's a very, very clingy fan. Like, it's obsessively so.
He just admitted to selling you artifacts. You never had any idea where they came from?
You misunderstand. I work in an academic sense. I work very closely with the British Museum, and I try and make sure that things are at least catalogued and not lost in a pawn shop in New Jersey.
That's
I'm sorry, what?
I met Roy at an event some years ago when we were both looking over some different pieces of old Egyptian wares, and Roy mentioned something about how he could get me certain things for half the price, and it's very hard on a librarian's salary to do any kind of personal research, and I am able to bring it back closer to where it belongs.
So Roy, if I would ask you to get me some of these artifacts at a discounted price, how would you go about doing that?
I mean, a magician never gives away his secrets, right? Because I tell you how I go about doing it, suddenly you don't need me no more, and you go straight to the source.
I see, but you admit to being this magician then, one that can procure such items.
I mean, I solve problems. If you will, you have a problem, I solve it for you, assuming that problem is around obtaining rare and valuable and 100% genuine artifacts of whatever area you might be interested in. Sure, if you want to call it that.
Roy.
So you can obtain these artifacts then, without a doubt. You're one of the best, because I've heard that there's other people out there who are probably better than you.
Okay, look, you don't need to bring Gary into this. The dude's a sham. All of his stuff is fake. He makes it in his backyard in a freaking like tinker totter it's not what we're talking about. Okay, like forget that guy. Yeah, I can find what you need. If it's out there, I can find it.
Excellent. I flash in my badge of being British intelligence.
Oh,
cool.
Mr. Carnahan, if I may, I'm an archaeologist. I've gone around digs before. I've met people like you. And in Arabic, we have a word that could be used to describe someone like you. And loosely translated, it does mean thief.
This is such a very accusatory thing. I guarantee that I do not steal typically.
So forger.
Roy, with the accusations and the sudden realization that Mel is British intelligence. Can you make a stability roll for me?
Yeah, and pretend if you will that this is a broadcast where we're teaching people who haven't played the game before how to play.
Yes.
I roll my D100.
Yes.
Which is an 80, and
Mm-hmm.
that's definitely above my starting stability.
It is, which means that is a failure. And your stability represents your grasp on reality and your ability to maintain composure through the scenario. So failing it means you're going to lose some stability. And sometimes you can lose stability even when you fail, depending on what horrors you are witnessing. But in this case, it's just a small amount, and I'm going to roll that for you. And you're only going to lose one.
Okay, so off of my main stability
Off
number.
of your current main stability, you're going to reduce it. So for future rolls, your target goal is actually gone down now.
Yep. Cool.
Now, one moment. So while you're all chatting and arguing, a couple things have happened. One, you're all in the entrance to this hidden passage that opened up. Mel had kind of walked down it and then come back. You all notice that Philippa is gone. Philippa has just wandered down the passageway, and it has gotten dark, but we all have cell phones. Probably turn the flashlight on it, and you're looking around. So while she has vanished, you do see a glow of light coming from farther down the passage, where you see a set of stairs going down.
Yes, our guide has run off without us. We should probably, if we want to stay with the tour, we should probably follow. But did we decide whether this was a passage that we were allowed to go down or not?
I would like to try and figure out how long has it been since this passage has been opened. Would an archaeology roll suffice?
Absolutely.
Oh, I failed that. That's an 88.
Need new dice, my friend.
This passage has never been opened, as far as you can tell. This is the first time anyone has ever set foot in it.
Something tells me that this has not been opened in a very long time. So not an official part of the tour. You probably need to pay extra, you know.
Should we backtrack and maybe find someone with like a vest or a baton on, like something?
I could use a little more light up here.
I mean, is it a good idea for us to keep going here? I mean, like, I'm gonna turn around. Is that passageway still open? Is there?
It is still open. You could go back, but you would be leaving poor Philippa all alone down this dark passage.
If you leave her, she's just gonna wander. She's gonna get lost. Like, does anybody have a light on him? Can we go just once she looks at it and reads it for a bit, she'll get over and be done.
No, I'm gonna pull out my cell phone. I'm gonna walk forward and look. You guys, this has been fun. I'm glad that I got a taste of some America and other places where you all are from, speaking this nice, lovely English language. But y'all are a mess, and I don't know if maybe I want to go back and brush up on my Spanish. But I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna get Philippa, who's been probably the nicest person to me so far. So I'm gonna go and I can try to get her.
Excellent. So while some of you are trying to catch up with Philippa, or all of you, I'm not sure yet. Philippa, you have wandered around a corner, down some stairs. You are definitely underneath the core temple at this point. And you notice there are some hieroglyphics carved into the wall along the passage that you are following. Do you know how to read those?
Oh, I certainly do.
Well, you could always read them if you want, or you can continue walking down the passage. It's up to you.
I think in this case, I would stop to read them, especially if I have even the slightest whiff that this might be something that's never been discovered before.
Okay. Why don't you give me the appropriate roll for that? Which I believe, do you have that as other language, or are you rolling?
Yeah,
Okay, then give me an other language roll. which for the audience at home is the same as rolling for stability of the other stats, which is a D100, and you were trying to get below the percentage that you have on your sheet.
It's meets it, beats it, right?
Meets it, beats it.
Good, because I rolled a 36 and 36 is my score. So
Okay. So it takes you a minute, but you are able to translate it. And while you're reading it into yourself to translate it, Manny at least catches up with you. Does everyone else follow?
I actually hold Mel back for a split second.
Okay.
There is one thing I wanted to show you, and I apologize for not being open about it before. I moved down the bandages on my right arm, and there is a tattoo very similar to Rick O'Connell's birthmark. And then I move the bandages back up.
Ah, a fellow brother. And I show him one that's further up on my arm in the area.
I would say it's good to see you, but under such circumstances, something tells me it isn't.
You'd be exactly correct. I'm keeping my eye on several of these individuals, Conahan being one of them, for these exact purposes.
Well, fuck. Allahumma. Let's go.
Roy, what about you? Are you following along?
Yeah, I would have gone along with Manny.
Okay.
Actually a little concerned once Philippa got away, kind of like, oh, I know how she is. She's a little flighty. You gotta keep an eye on her.
Okay. Then Roy and Manny, you catch up with Philippa. Philippa is holding her phone up, I presume, trying to read the inscription on the wall.
probably mumbling it to herself a little bit.
Take this. Your phone's no good. And I pull out like an actual like bright flashlight and I hand it to you.
Thank you.
All right. I mean, wait. I thought we were gonna go and get her out of here. Are we gonna continue with the tour, or what's going on?
Manny, if your father asked you to meet him here, this is certainly the kind of thing that he's looking for.
Well, I don't. He is a man who believes in curses, but I don't know if he would have found his way here. But
Well, wouldn't it be nice to have something interesting to share with him when you find him? It's a new experience. Isn't that what travel's all about?
well, I suppose so. But I'm not really here looking for new experiences. I'm here to like try to find my way back home, I guess. I don't know, but fuck it. You seem like a nice person. You seem like you know what you're talking about. I got to tell you something though. Before that Mel person comes back here, I got a really weird feeling about her. Just a couple minutes ago. I don't know. I just like. Honestly, I was approaching you earlier because I thought I saw her maybe harassing the two of you. I wasn't sure, but I just have. She looks familiar to me, and I'm not sure why.
Well, I assume we've probably all accidentally seen her on the news at some point. She's pretty horrible, but it's odd that you should run into someone that you know here.
I'm from here. I should be running into a bunch of people that I know here, but I don't know anybody. And in fact, I come and approach a bunch of people who are the opposite of what I'm looking for here. And you're the ones that, at least at first, felt more like home. But now I'm thinking I made a big mistake. So look, why don't we just like, I do have some questions. I do want to know a little bit more about, I don't know, this curse stuff. Okay, my dad was obsessed with it. And maybe, I don't know, can I buy you a drink or something? And maybe we can like talk, just the two of us or something. I don't know.
Well, yes. I mean, of course. But you said your father was obsessed with curses.
Yeah, he was. He's from here. He lives here still. I was born here and then went to the U.S. with my mom, and that's when it gets a little bit confusing. But supposedly he lost touch with us because he thought something weird was going on, basically, with me or my mom, I guess.
Do you remember what it was? What curse he talked about?
My mom wouldn't talk about it. She just said that, it was in Spanish it's called, mal de ojo. It's a like the evil eye or something. And he just kept apparently saying that something about the evil eye was like watching while she was pregnant with me or something. And that's why I don't want to get into that though. I just, you know what I mean?
I'm
Like,
sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. Folklore is fascinating to me, and frankly, this is the first time I've left my library in quite a while. So
were you mumbling? Like you were, it's almost as if you can read that stuff that's up there.
oh, I can.
And you did just finish translating it as Manny started talking to you. And as you read over it again, preparing to potentially read it to the rest of them, I'm going to need you to make a stability check.
Great. Barely passed that one.
You're still going to lose 1
Okay.
as you
That
translate
stinks.
the message on the wall to yourself, and it reads, "That which was dead may rise again when love's breath enters chamber."
That which was dead may rise again when love's breath enters the chamber. I don't understand.
If you could, as he comes walking down the passage, please don't read the things out loud.
It's just
that's definitely-
hieroglyphics. No harm ever came from reading hieroglyphics. It's fine.
Oh, wow. Famous last words. I really don't think we should be down here anymore. I think we should return to the tour group and maybe just do this regularly.
You don't really seem to have much of a sense of adventure here. It's just a wall. They're just hieroglyphics on a wall.
Well, my sense of adventure is better left with feet on the ground and not going into scary chambers. I apologize, but I have a very healthy suspicion of curses and all of this.
I don't like you very much.
He seems like an okay guy. No, you don't think?
But
The other one's got a mouth on him for sure, but this guy, he seems okay. He's a little scared, you know. But
I think
Right.
I appreciate that.
What,
I've
you
got
want to
bravery
take him
when
on
it
y'all's
counts,
date? You,
but-
you want to make it a little 3-person date? Why don't you go do that right now? Because we've been down here forever, and you're spilling your heart out. And we could have been doing this in the gift shop. So how about you take him when y'all go to get drinks, and then you won't have to bother with me.
wow, you are grouchy.
I've been under this tunnel with people like having these weirdly personal discussions for no apparent reason. I just want to get pictures and leave. I have places to be. I have things to do. I have a life too. And I'm just
can you
saying,
read this? Hey, you talk a lot. That's one thing. But second of all, can you read this?
Yeah, of course I can read it.
What's it say?
What, you can't?
I didn't ask that.
I know I asked that. Are you following the
That's
conversation?
not what matters right now. What matters to
Roy,
me right
he's
now is
very
whether you
adept
can-
at punching. You might want to handle this carefully.
I'm gonna put my hand on Roy's shoulder,
Mm-hmm.
give him a nice little squeeze.
This is a good
and
time
then
to
let
point
him
out that
move.
Roy is canonically 7'4".
And are you? Would you
Good
say
match.
that you are trying to intimidate him?
Yes.
I would like you to roll the intimidate skill then.
Beautiful. Find that on my sheet. That is success.
Okay. Roy Manny is a large, very strong man.
Look, you are a large, very strong man, and I see that
As
you
are
want
you,
me-
it seems. Yeah.
Well, sure. I'm probably more like 6'1" or 5'11". I'll shrink as it goes on. Yeah, no, I can read this. Believe it or not, as rude as you might be, I did in fact study this for a fair amount of time before pursuing other interests. So I'm gonna look at the hieroglyphics and read them out loud.
I would like you to make a roll to translate them.
Cool. And what kind of roll am I making?
Do you have other language hieroglyphics? If not, you can make a history
I
check.
did not. So my background was the idea was that at one point
Yep.
I had been at Columbia studying like archaeology and
Mhm.
Egyptology or whatever before dropping out. I don't know how to put that on my sheet in a mechanical way, so
That's fine. What is your history rating? I'll give you a couple options
45.
here. You can either roll history or occult, whichever is higher.
Ooh. Occult is 65, so
Go ahead.
that is a hot 18.
That is a hot 18. Look at that. You are actually able to translate the words quite easily.
Same words that she read.
Mm-hmm.
It says it's the thing about the love and the breath and the secret and the opening when the love breath happens. She said it already, but I'll say it again.
All right.
Hey Rick, you can say it out loud too. It's not a big deal. It's just words. You wanna come read the fucking wall?
Yeah, come read the wall.
And
I want to
Roy,
hear this.
I would like you to make a stability check for me as you read the text as well.
Okay.
As for Zahir and Mel, you've caught up with the group at this point as they are bickering.
I lean over to Zahir. How many of them do you think can actually read this?
Not many. Probably Roy, maybe Philippa. Rick, definitely not. 2 out of 4.
Noted.
And
Did we hear that?
you can give me a listen check.
You know what I'm
Philippa.
going to? I'm a librarian. Ears are my thing.
And Roy, what did you get for your stability roll?
Well, that's not important. I would like to ask. I saw earlier that a kind donation gave us a reroll.
Yes, there is an extra
can I
reroll
call-
that anyone
can I call
can
dibs on
use.
that?
You can absolutely call dibs on
Okay.
that reroll and use it. And I
Cool.
will mark
So I rolled
that off.
78.
Okay. As for the rest of you, Philippa, sorry, what did you get?
Oh, I failed.
Oh, you failed. Okay, so no, you didn't hear it.
22 on that reroll.
22 on the reroll, you still lose 1 sanity or stability. Sorry.
Couldn't hear it over my disappointment that Rick O'Connell's offspring doesn't want curses in his life.
So,
I come from the practical branch of the family.
And actually, Philippa, you don't hear Zahir and Mel whispering to each other because you do hear more than feel like a gust of air coming from deeper down the tunnel. Almost like there's quiet noise. Maybe speaking, whispering in it.
Do I get the sense that if I move closer, I can understand it?
Yes, you absolutely feel that way.
Then you bet your sweet ass that's what I'm going to do.
Fantastic. And as you continue to bicker and discuss, Philippa again is off.
I whispered to Mel, I'm gonna go follow that one. She seems like a bit of a troublemaker. One moment.
Sounds good. I'm gonna go wrangle the other ones.
Smart idea. And I rush off after Philippa.
I
So-
also probably would have headed off after Philippa as well. Be like, you can't keep freaking. Oh my god.
As they start to move off, I'm gonna very deliberately go up to Mel.
Mhm.
Can you read the wall?
Why do I need to read the wall?
You don't need to. I just want you to.
Why do you want me to read the wall?
If you read the wall, I will tell you after.
Is this something you know that I don't?
I don't know anything. I can
That's
assure
not
you of
true.
that.
That's not true. Just because you've taken a couple of knocks to the head does not mean you don't know things. You just play well.
Actually, that means exactly that I don't know things. I just want you to read the wall.
I'll play your game. This isn't going to go well. History check?
Yeah. History, other languages, or occult, whatever's highest.
Oh, well, crap. Let me redo that. I'm going to go with occult instead.
Okay.
Yeah, hard success.
Then you also are able to read what the wall says.
Can repeat back what everybody else said.
I lean in. I lean into Mel, like get really close and look Mel up and down. I know you. I don't know why. But I definitely know you.
Is there something familiar you sense?
The way you smell.
Well, I can see in your eyes you look familiar too.
Good to know. And I head down the tunnel.
I'll follow him.
Okay. Leaving Rick and kind of by himself.
Goodness gracious. Well, don't leave me. No, I'll
And
follow
you
them,
can-
I guess. I just don't.
And you
I can't
continue
decide.
down the hall. Philippa, you are in the lead. I would like you to make a spot hidden roll for me. And Rick, can you actually make a listen check for me?
I would love to do nothing more. That is a 23.
You're muted.
Extreme success.
Extreme success. Okay. And Rick, what did you get?
I rolled a 23, which on my listen, that gives me a regular or hard success, sorry.
Okay. So Philippa, you are in the lead. You're walking, you're holding that nice higher powered flashlight that Roy handed you, and you see a glimpse of gold in the dust on the ground ahead of you. Rick, as you start hurrying to catch up with everyone, you hear footsteps coming from behind you down the passage, the way that everyone came from.
I'm going to spin and hold up my own phone with the flashlight app on. Who's there? Is there tour guide?
And before I address that, Philippa, what do you do when you see that glimmer of metal?
I would crouch down immediately because that doesn't make a lot of sense, and see what it is that's
Kind of in the dust and sand on the ground, you pick up what appears to be a small box. It's a beautiful gold inlaid box. I believe it has 6 sides, if I'm not mistaken, carved with different symbols on it, many of which you recognize.
Does it have hieroglyphics on the outside or just
Yes.
symbols?
Hieroglyphics, but they don't read as sentences, they're individual symbols.
How far is everyone behind me?
They are starting to catch up, but they have not seen what you've noticed yet.
Like how many seconds do you think I've got here?
I would say that Zahir said that he thinks you're a troublemaker, so he'd rush after you. Not too long.
Yeah. So Zahir, you've noticed her crouched down, but you didn't see what she crouched. She might be just looking at some inscriptions or something. Maybe she's tying her shoe.
Please tell me that's a nice looking rock you've got there.
Before he gets to me,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna open the box before anyone can stop me because I want to discover this thing first.
Okay. So you start fiddling with it, and triangles pop open from each side of it.
So it's the Hellraiser cube.
not quite. I think everyone knows what I'm describing. I wish I had one to show off.
Yeah.
And
One of these.
exactly.
Maybe.
Perhaps exactly like that. Yes. 8-sided. I was wrong.
And I'd like to hide it.
Okay. Why don't you give me a sleight of hand roll to hide it
Wonderful.
quickly?
Because I was gonna say I was kind of there, like behind you with you. So in my mind, like you bent down and I maybe held the flashlight for you. But if you want to have hidden it from me, then you could have maybe moved faster and I could be standing back or something.
Yeah, you and Zahir were kind of at the same pace, Roy.
Okay.
Remind me how you do pushed rolls.
If you fail your roll, but you are within 5% of your skill, you can use luck to push it and potentially pass. So what you would need to do is roll luck.
Uh-huh.
And if you pass your luck check, you will succeed on your roll, and then you will lose some luck. If you fail, something bad will happen. I will also.
I'm gonna do it.
I was
I'm
gonna
gonna
say-
push my roll. I don't know these people, so
I was also going to say I will remind you that this is a one shot, and
yeah, I gotta
big.
I gotta make it happen, guys. I'm sorry. He was right. I am a troublemaker.
fantastic.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, I rolled a 7 the second time. So
Okay.
that's a big fat success.
You're gonna lose 4 luck.
I accept this.
But yes, you do successfully tuck away the box wherever you so choose. Rick, it is actually a tour guide coming down. There's a woman wearing kind of a business clothing with a flashlight, and she says, "Hello, hello. No one's supposed to be down here." She says in
Oh, wonderful.
English.
I feel like she says in Spanish.
English.
Oh, okay. We seem to have gotten separated off the beaten path, but could you help me relocate my friends and get us back on the right path? You've got a flashlight. All I've got is my phone, and that would just be wonderful.
She looks annoyed. She huffs and she says, "Yes, come. You said you had some friends further down?"
Yes, just a few steps down. Certainly,
Okay.
I would appreciate your help. I love it so much. Thank you so much. I just came here to learn, and here we found this trap. I'm sorry, I don't want to call it a trap. It's just a door that wasn't there before, and then it was there. And I just really don't want a curse to be brought down on me. So, yeah, if you could assist in any way, and definitely avoid any curses.
Absolutely. And then she starts leading you down towards where you can hear where everyone else has essentially caught up with Philippa at this point, and you can hear them conversing. Philippa, before obviously you heard what Zahir says, but before you can respond, you are overwhelmed by a feeling of familiarity, as if, especially now that you've picked up the box, something feels very familiar about the heat. You feel the heat on your skin of the desert, the dryness in the air, like you belong in a place like this, and just as quickly it vanishes. And I would like you to make me another stability check.
That was odd.
Sorry, what was that?
I'm
I assume we're
sorry.
kind of like walking up just about now.
I had the strangest sense of deja vu.
You like old dusty places. I mean, it's kind of your jam. Just add a few books and you write at home, right?
No, this is the first on-site location I've ever visited. You know me. I spend all my time at the library.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Dusty books, dusty hallways. Not a big jump.
No, it
it's-
was the desert.
Forgive me for saying so. You look a bit flushed. You okay?
Yes, I'm quite all right. I just I don't know what came over me. But perhaps we should go get a drink of water or something.
Or we could continue going down.
And as you say that, the bright beam of a flashlight cuts across your group, and a woman's voice says, "Excuse me, but you're not supposed to be down here."
See, I told you all we shouldn't be going down this way. She says so right here.
I'm actually gonna step up. I'm gonna flash my badge and go, yeah, I'm actually part of British intelligence. This is actually a part of a group that we were assembled for, and we have some business down here. Did you not get any of the paperwork for this?
Can you make a fast talk check for me?
Quick
Or
question, because
persuade.
I was gonna jump in but I didn't want to like interrupt. Is there a
Yeah.
way I can like help her on this?
Yes, there is. If you would like to assist, I will actually add an additional D. Well, why don't you also roll, and then I will.
Because I was gonna flip out a badge of my own and be like, yeah, and I'm with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're working together. It's a joint investigation here. Nothing to see here. Don't worry, we got it under control. And I kind of like toss a quick wink at Mel.
Fantastic. I will need both of you to roll either fast talk or persuade for me.
Oh, wait, let me look at persuade.
Philippa kind of like gasps when Roy pulls out a badge and starts talking about the FBI.
That is a
Heaven,
2.
Joe.
You rolled a
I
2.
Yes,
I succeeded
sir.
on my persuade.
Cynthia, I would like you to I would like you to add an additional D10 to your roll and subtract that from what you got.
So I rolled a 2. So I rolled it originally a 35 with the D10. It was a 2, so 32.
33.
33. Thank you. Math.
So, we're good here. We'll be done real soon. We're just clearing something up.
Yeah.
We'll check in with you before we leave, obviously. Of course, this is your jurisdiction, but we're also more in charge than you are.
She
so.
looks flustered, and she says, no one told me about this. No one mentioned any of this to me. I'm sorry, I have to go check with the office and make sure. Would you mind just coming back up to the entrance here and waiting there for me, just so I can clear this and make sure everything's okay? She clicks her walkie on and off, but all you hear is static. She's like, I can't connect with them from down here.
So I do have another agent that's a little bit further down, so I would actually mind. Maybe Conahan, you can follow her.
I need to go and use the restroom. I so much excitement, it's not good for one's bladder.
Yeah, no, I can walk you back to the front, make sure everything's clear. Let you know what's what. It'll be fine. Forget about it.
Okay. She says, "Oh, okay. Please just don't wander too far." And then she turns and she waits for Roy and Philippa. Does anyone else go with her? Rick, what about
certainly,
you?
Yes, absolutely. I don't think we should be. I don't know anything about this investigation. I feel like I just wandered onto the set of a movie that I wasn't prepared for, and the script keeps getting changed on me. So I would like to leave, very much so.
Wait, you're all leaving after you just try to talk. You just talked me into going back, not leaving, and now you're gonna leave.
We'll be right back. We're working on the investigation, and you hang tight right here and don't go anywhere, because we're gonna follow the good lady's orders. So just chill.
All right, I'll stay right here.
Fantastic.
As Philippa kind of moves towards the tour guide and back towards the entrance, she leaves it like almost an absurdly wide gate between herself and Mel, like intentionally so. There's just this kind of like tense moment as they cross paths, and she's go ahead.
No, go ahead and finish. No. I was gonna say, as you do, I would actually like both of you to make stability checks for me as a very warm breeze comes rushing through the tunnel, and the 6 of you hear faintly a man's voice whispering. Can't make out the words. It's not in English. Not in a language any of you speak specifically.
That's a success.
Yeah, I was like, I succeeded as well.
Okay. How about that's all 6 of you, so.
I'm sorry, which roll is it?
Sorry, all 6 of you need to make stability checks.
Stability checks. Oh, I'm so good at these.
Hot diggity.
The 96.
Oh, that's terrible.
I failed.
I succeeded. 32.
These are going to jail.
Okay, so for those of you who succeeded, you will lose 1 stability. For those of you who passed, you will lose, or those of you who failed. Sorry, those of you who passed lose 1. Those of you who failed will lose 2.
Sorry, I'm having difficulty finding this on my sheet.
Your stability should be below your characteristics.
Gotcha. There it is. Okay. All right. I got it. Thank you.
No problem.
There's a moment kind of in the dark as we start to move. Rick, you feel Philippa's like hand on the inside crook of your elbow for just a second. It's like she realizes that she's doing that and stops and puts her hand down and stares at her feet while she follows you out.
The tour guide blinks for a moment, looks around, and says, "Okay, well, if you'll come with me, and then the rest of you, if you stay here, I'll check in at the office and check in on that paperwork that you said was filed. Right this way." And she turns and sweeps her flashlight along the wall as she's walking.
Does it illuminate anything?
It does, in fact, illuminate the hieroglyphics that you read earlier as she's walks past
Did
them.
they look any different?
They look... Actually, why don't you make a spot hidden roll for me?
I can do that. Hard success. I'm rolling really well tonight.
Nice.
They
For
do look
once
different,
ever.
and it takes you a moment to put your finger on it, but they appear worn. They appear as if sand has been running over them. They appear faded.
Interesting. Okay.
And as the three of you approach the entrance to this passage, you all notice it looks very overcast outside. And it takes you a minute, but once you exit and she seems oblivious to this for a moment, you notice that a solar eclipse has begun.
Philippa.
Yes, Roy.
Is that normal? That's not right now. I feel like that'd be on Reddit if that was supposed to be a thing that's happening.
I haven't checked my almanac today, but I don't believe that we're supposed to have an eclipse. No.
And would Roy, Philippa, and Rick all make me stability checks once more?
Stop.
Roll like a 300.
Hell.
While
Cannot
that is
be good.
happening, Manny, Zahir, and Mel, do you stay put as the tour guide requested, or do you continue further down into the passage?
Oh, I'm definitely going further.
Same.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Especially if there's if we're hearing something. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
going down.
So you all continue further into the passage, and as you're walking, I would like all of you to make listen checks for me. While you're doing that, what did you each get on your stability rolls? Ooh,
Is it a good thing or a bad thing if you roll all zeros?
that is a bad thing. That is a 100. That is a critical failure.
That's what I rolled.
No, isn't a 0
000 is a 100. You
Oh,
can't-
000.
Yeah, it's 1 to 100, not 0 to.
Yeah.
This eternal debate is one of my favorite things.
Yep. And Roy, what did you get?
85.
Is that a fail?
I don't know. I've taken 30 million off my sanity today.
It is.
Mine was
fail.
going to be a success if I hadn't had to take points off already.
Well, that is a failure for all of you,
This is going to go great.
and you are all going to lose 6.
Oh, goodness.
I was going to have Rick lose 6, but I also rolled a 6 on the die for your loss. So you all lose 6, which means I'm also going to need all 3 of you to make intelligence checks for me
Oh,
to see if you
wonderful.
understand what is happening.
Absolutely.
Manny, Zahir, and Mel, what did you all get on your listen checks?
Well, I got a 99, so I definitely failed. that.
You are definitely distracted. It's those cauliflower ears. They're
Mhm.
interfering with your listening.
I shit you not, I got a 1.
Well then, okay.
Extreme success.
Yes, and Mel,
I got an 18.
you both hear the distinct noise of skittering. Something hard clicking against stone. A lot of something hard and sharp skittering across stone coming from up ahead. And I will need you two to make stability checks for me. Manny, you're fine. Let's start with Roy. What did you get on your... Did you pass or... So when you lose 5 or more stability at a time, you have to make an intelligence check in order to determine if you understand the horror, what is wrong that you're witnessing. And you actually want to fail this check. You don't want to pass it. It's the only roll in Call of Cthulhu that you want to fail. Roy, how'd you do?
So cool. Such a cool rule. I was really excited because I rolled a 22 and my intelligence is 80.
Yep. Fantastic. And Philippa, how about you?
Oh, I got a hard success, so that's great.
Okay. And Rick?
Yes, I got a regular success, so I know exactly what's going on, and I hate it.
I would like each of you to roll a d10 for me. And while you're doing that, we'll jump back over to Zahir and Mel. How'd you do on your stability rolls?
I passed. 23.
Okay.
I've just barely passed. I got a 61.
You're both fine. You're not sure what could be causing that. That seems out of place. That's not right. Maybe it's the wind.
Out of curiosity, knowing a bit about some of the lore, is it possible I can make some sort of skill check to understand what type of clicking may be happening?
It is. Let me come back to that.
Okay.
Roy, what did you roll for your d10? You're muted.
You're muted. A 10.
Okay. You are frozen in fear. You're not sure.
Just like
what.
looking up at the eclipse.
Philippa, how about you?
Yeah, I rolled a 9.
A 9. You are very afraid. You're not frozen in fear, but you've developed an unnatural phobia of the dark.
Lovely.
The light being extinguished above you is wreaking havoc.
I reach for Rick's arm again.
And Rick, how about you? What did you roll?
I rolled an 8.
You rolled an 8. An 8 is
Everything's fine, right?
no.
That's-
Well, while Philippa reaches towards you for reassurance, you yourself are in reassurance as you start to break down, either in hysterics or sobbing.
What happened? I know this seems strange that I knew this would happen, and I didn't want it to happen to me. It's
Calm down. It's fine. I'm sure it's okay. We just need to get somewhere with lots of light. Roy.
It's not okay. It's not okay. It's not okay. This is not okay. This is
Roy.
how it all starts.
Roy.
You see. This is how it starts, and the brain damage starts happening.
Can I slap
and
him?
we just...
You can absolutely slap him. I'm not going to make you roll for it. And
See, he's taken. He's gone. They've
What's
sucked
wrong
his brain
with
out.
him?
It's probably terrible, and he's no longer himself, and he's now become the husk of something else, and something has possessed his body. That's exactly what has happened.
Could you calm down for just a moment?
No, I cannot calm
just a
down.
moment.
What do you? The sun is being blotted out. Are you bloody mad?
Look,
There's one level here.
we
and that
don't
level
we
is
don't know
here,
what's
not
happening. We don't
here.
know what's happening. Let's just get him and go somewhere with lights. Let's follow this amazing tour guide who.
Yes, she has a light. I would like your light, please. Please.
The
Please
tour
let me have your
guide
light.
has wandered to the side. And as you all know, the Temple of Debod is on a platform, actually surrounded by water, a shallow pool. And she has her walkie up, but she's not talking. She's staring at the water.
Oh, God damn it.
And as you move toward her to try to get her attention, you will both notice that the water has a distinct tinge of red to it. And it's about at that point we are going to take a short break. I want to thank everyone who has donated so far. We have hit our goal of $500 already. Thank you so much. Let's see if we can pass that. Let's see if we can double it. Who knows?
Let's get all the plagues.
Yes.
Every last
if you
one.
Can, if you can
Every
donate
plague.
for
Every
all
plague.
10 plagues, I will be very impressed. I have a
Hell,
list.
we'll invent new plagues.
If people want to donate more than that much, I will absolutely invent new plagues. I'm very good at it. I've done it before.
Shoe squeaks you can't get rid of, and like
No!
an itch on the back, like
Those
in
are
your, on your
plagues, those are
nose that you can never.
curses.
Yeah.
Your parents posting Facebook memes. I mean,
But no, thank you so much to everyone who has donated so far. That's fantastic. It's a great cause, and we're very proud to be supporting them this evening. And don't go anywhere. We will be back for the second half of our game very quickly, but we're going to take a short 5 or so minute break as we ourselves grab a drink or use the restroom. So you should do the same. Hydrate. It's very important. And we'll be right back. back. Hello, everyone. Thank you for sticking around. I hope you've been enjoying our game so far. Before we jump back into the swing of things, I want to give a shout out to our sponsors, Elderwood Academy and Die Hard Dice. You can check out all of their wonderful stuff. I know Die Hard has some really cool stuff coming out this month with some UV reactive dice, and I saw that there might have been a line of D10s that dropped yesterday. So
There might have been.
there might have been. So you should
There might
definitely
have
check
been.
those out. And if you want to help support us, and we don't have a code with Die Hard yet, but we will soon, or something similar. But you can go purchase some of the fantastic TTRPG accessories from Elderwood Academy, like their mini spell tomes, their larger spell tomes, which I forgot mine upstairs. Oops. And other accessories. You can get free shipping on those by using Gehenna 2021 at checkout through the month of October. So make sure you check those out. Now, we will jump straight back into our game, where I believe Philippa and Rick have noticed the water surrounding the temple turning an interesting red hue. And Mel was going to see if she could identify the skittering noise that she heard coming from further deeper inside the catacombs that they have found themselves in. So, Mel, let's start with you. Can you give me a... I'll give you two options, because whichever one you have the higher score in is fine. You can either give me a education roll, or you can give me a natural world roll.
Do you mind if I do this roll as well?
You absolutely can, yes.
Good,
I would
'cause-
I prefer a natural world roll if you have the skill, but if you don't, I will accept education.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with education.
Me too. I've got an education of 90.
Manny, Zahir and Mel look concerned, and you aren't sure why.
I pay very little heed. I think I kind of am focused on moving forward, and I just keep moving.
Okay. Zahir and Mel, what did you get?
Art success.
So this always confuses me on my dice. I rolled a 10 and a 0.
A 10 and a 0 is a 10.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yep. No worries. So that's also probably an exceptional success for you.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, you are both familiar with scarabs.
I look over at Zahir. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Excellent. And where did our friend go again?
I just point down the tunnel.
Shit.
Down the tunnel where you see the faint light of Manny's cell phone flashlight illuminating his way as he continues to wander down the hall.
I'm gonna scream out to him real quick. Manny, I hope you like. And I just kind of trail up. I don't actually say everything that I was about to say.
What were you gonna flesh-eating scarabs?
How far down have I wandered?
A few dozen yards away, you're almost at a point where there's a fork in the tunnel.
I'm just gonna say back. There's a where am I from again? Swear I started to flip into Spanish. Left or right? Just tell me.
Both.
Can't quite do that. Left it is. I go left.
Okay. And you go left. Philippa and Rick. There's some very red-looking water in front of you.
Is that blood? Is that blood? Is the water blood? This isn't good. This is the second thing. First the sun's watered out, and now there's blood
Rick.
in the water.
I think I might have done something bad.
Are you bloody serious? I think somebody's done something bad.
I'll
It's like,
reach into my pocket and
Pull out the box.
oh, good heavens, woman, where did you find that?
well, it was just sitting in the middle of the corridor.
You took it out?
I can't very well examine it in there, can I?
You most certainly can. You could also just leave it sitting where it was.
Well, it's just a
Perfectly
piece of.
reasonable explanation.
What are the symbols on it? Now that I have it out.
They reference some of the gods, the Egyptian gods, the various deities. They're very religious and perhaps cultish in origin. You aren't sure if they reference life or death. It's a little confusing out of context because, like I said, they're not complete sentences. They're
Fragments.
they're individual symbols.
Would she know what this was?
Why don't you give me a history or occult check? And while you're doing that, Rick, can you give me a stability check? Because, yeah, you are 99.9% sure that is blood.
Absolutely. I would love nothing more. There is another failure. I don't believe I've succeeded a single roll this evening.
Can you please lose another 4 stability for me?
Oh, 4. Absolutely. Yes, I would love to do that.
And Philippa, how'd you do?
Got a hard success.
Okay.
That was with a cult.
You are familiar enough with the legends behind it from the things that you've read from Roy and your own research that you have a good idea of what this box is. It's a key of some sort.
Just for flavor, would I perhaps know that it has some relation to Rick's ancestors?
Yes. Yes, you would.
Sweet, great. Rick,
What?
it's a key.
Okay, what's the key? The key to
I don't
curses?
I don't know, but your namesake and his beautiful bride, they found a key very much like this one, and it led to a whole lot of discoveries.
It led to a whole lot of horror and a lot of death. Yes, if that's what you mean by discoveries. That is why I did not want to go into that tomb. I stay out of the southeast.
Well, what's done is done, so we can't really undo it. And we should probably just find a way to maybe stop whatever's happening. So we should probably find out where this goes. That's a good
Are you
start.
serious? No, that is further down the rabbit hole. I think it's better if we just bury it, simply return it, and we all turn around and go as if this was never happened. And I get on a plane and I go back home.
And Roy, you've snapped out of it at the tail end of this conversation. You're picking up on what they are discussing.
Do I snap out of it just in time to look up from the horror, look down from the horror of the eclipse to the horror of the blood in front of me?
Yes.
God damn it, yeah. Seems about right.
Mm-hmm.
I assume I'm rolling on this.
Yeah, why don't you give me a stability roll?
Joke's on you. That's a 69.
Nice.
Nice. Is that failure?
Hella sane. So that's a failure, yeah.
Okay. You only lose 1.
You're kind.
It's all on a roll of a dice.
But sorry, a key to what the what's this fucking blood? A key? What are you talking
key.
about, dude? You gotta snap out of it, dude. I'm staying straight here. You gotta keep it tight too, you know.
She's broken it. She broke it. She caused the curse.
I didn't break anything. I simply found something, and I'm going to return it to where it belongs.
Yeah, see some Egyptian stuff, but not in Egypt. Oh, great, wonderful. Yes, that's exactly what we wanted to do here.
Are you done?
Good heaven, no, I'm not done. Have you seen the sky? Have you seen the
Why
water?
don't we
What's
fix
next?
the problem?
The firstborn.
Roy,
I'm sorry. I'm still just trying to get here. The problem. What one? The problem. How do we fix the problem? 2, key to what? 3, seriously.
That's
we
what
need
I'm
to-
asking
I've got
you.
some
Key to
Xanax
what?
if you want to. Key to what? Oh, so we don't even know where it goes.
No, that's kind of the question at hand. Keeper.
Hmm.
It's safe to assume that I did a lot of research about this place before we came, yeah?
Oh, absolutely.
Would I have heard tell of any legends of, I don't know,
A book?
books that were said to hold extraordinary power or something maybe around here?
I would say anyone has really heard of the Book of the Dead.
Cool. Thoughts on where it might be?
But you would also be familiar with the Book of Amun-Ra. Thoughts on where it might be? Nope.
Cool. Great.
As I said, there is the temple itself, the now discovered underground passage, and then of course a small museum of related artifacts to the temple nearby. It could be in any of those locations, or it could be in Egypt.
Why are you like this? Who hurt you?
That is too long of a conversation for this game. But I will say that you could probably make an educated guess that there's not much at the external temple itself. It's more the architecture and hieroglyphics that they show off.
Mhm.
Obviously, there was more underground passage to explore. Or you could check the museum. It's basically a one. If anyone is familiar with the Tower of London, when you go there and you go to the section where you can view the crown jewels, it's actually a quite small area. You kind of walk around a square building and then back out. And that's essentially what this is. It's a square building that has been set up so you kind of follow a path through it, and there's a bunch of stuff on display along that path, but it's not that big.
I will grab Rick by the wrist and say, well, come on then, and I'll beeline for the museum.
Okay.
No, off are we going? I'm going to grab Roy by the wrist as I go past
Thank
him.
you.
And then, don't leave me alone with her. She's going to open another curse. I swear to God.
And you all, or the three of you anyway, start moving towards the museum. Meanwhile, down in the tunnel, Mel and Manny and Zahir. What next?
Well, I think Zahir and I are gonna probably chase after Manny now, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like. So Manny, you turn left down the tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
Can you make a listen check for me?
Sure can. Won't be any good. That is a failure.
Okay. Then you continue walking. You're walking along. The ground seems to be more uneven here. It's almost as if rocks beneath your feet, like this section is less and not as carved as the previous sections. And you don't notice anything else other than you're kind of heading down a slope again, going deeper underground, which seems odd for the area.
I think I will stop for a moment and look behind me to see if anyone's catching up.
Okay. Zahir and Mel you're chasing after. It doesn't take you too long. He was only a few, maybe a dozen yards ahead of you, and you hurry along, and you take that left turn. And I would like both of you to also make listen checks for me.
I got a 3.
I recognize that sound as
with a listen of 20, I somehow still got an extreme success. So
Well then.
I got a 3. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Mel, how'd you do?
I mean, I got a hard success, but damn, I have a high score.
You both hear crunching noises as Manny is moving down the tunnel, almost as if he's stepping on a hard, brittle carapace with every step.
Crunch.
Ugh. I'm just trying to see what do I have on myself in terms of, do I have anything? I have a switch. Oh, I have a gun. I'm taking my gun out.
Okay. You draw your pistol.
Yep. I don't have by way of any fire, so a gun will have to do with these scarabs. These things are going to come up anywhere near me. I'm going to shoot them.
Do I notice that you've pulled out a gun as you? I
No.
mean, to
They're
be fair, my attention is forward.
Yeah, they're behind you. You would not
Yeah.
have noticed at all.
Okay.
Are there any torches? Anything?
No, you've been using cell phone lights and flashlights this entire time. There's no fire anywhere nearby unless you brought some with you.
I think I would bring a lighter, but I've got nothing to light. So.
Okay, you have a lighter. But yeah, no. And do you stop or do you follow Manny?
Actually, I want to take a
look
look
at the ground.
I look at the ground to see a bunch of candy bar wrappers, I'm assuming.
Yes.
You look at the ground as you see swarms of scarabs. They're kind of just milling around. It's very odd behavior. But the ground is covered in them. And Manny's just stomping right through them like he doesn't even notice them.
I look behind us because the tunnel forks.
Yep.
Are they coming down the right tunnel as well?
No.
Zahir, just a quick question for you.
Yes.
Do you know which curse is attached to scarabs? Because remember, there's several things, and I distinctly remember that the Scorpion King had scorpions following him, and scarabs have.
Well, traditionally, scarabs are good. They roll the sun into the sky each day. I don't think that's what this is. Do I know anything about a curse involving scarabs? Can I roll for that?
Yeah, give me an occult roll.
Oh, hard success. Nice.
Okay. You do know that the original curse of laid upon Imhotep involved eaten alive by scarabs, but you're not sure of anything beyond that might be related. Like, these ones don't seem to be. They're certainly alive. They're moving. This is where that skittering noise you heard came from, but they're not attacking him.
I
Or
mean,
you.
going down the long list, maybe Imhotep, but that's it.
Interesting. Imhotep, that's right.
He was the one who,
I would also like both of you to make stability checks for me, by the way.
Here I was hoping that we would get off scot-free this time around.
Oh, no.
Pass.
Fail.
Okay. For the fail, you're going to lose 1. For the pass, nothing. Manny.
Am I making that roll or no?
No, you're fine. You still haven't noticed them.
I haven't noticed them.
Yeah.
Crunch.
And they're not pointing them out to you. So
Manny, Manny, can you do me a favor?
I got my flashlight, my cell phone light.
Can you look down?
I look down, but my light is still up.
You're creating enough general illumination that you do notice the ground is covered in something that is catching the light. It's very pearlescent. There's some greens, blacks, purples in it.
Then I will point the light down.
and you will see that the ground is covered in. Would you be familiar with scarabs?
I mean, do they look
Very
like
large
beetles to me?
beetles. Very large beetles.
Wow.
And I would like you to make a sanity check as you realize you have just been plowing through them
Ugh.
for the entire length of your walk down this left path.
I do pass.
Okay, you're fine then.
Barely. Oh, I moved the my light back up, and I kind of it stops me in my tracks for a second. What the fuck's going on here? What is this? I just start smashing them. I mean, if I see a bunch of bugs, I'm just gonna start squishing them.
Wait, Manny. I don't think you should do that. That's really bad luck.
Oh, what? I stop. I'm done with that.
And
No more of that talk.
as you start to smash the beetles, this overwhelming feeling of dread hits you, as if reliving, feeling your skin torn off, your muscles ripped into, being devoured alive by small pinchers.
The other tunnel has no scarabs as far as I can see.
Oh, I mean, I think that's enough to make me kind of bolt back and start running. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be here anymore. Get me the fuck out of here.
I grab Manny's hand and I try to calm him down. It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna get out of here. But I need you to calm down. I need you to breathe.
Are there any more around me?
No, once you get back up to where Mel and Zahir are, you're out of the scarabs.
Then I'm wiping my whatever the guts of the ones that I've smashed. I'm just trying to get that off of my boots and wiping them on the ground.
Okay.
You afraid of bugs, friend?
No, those were not. I don't know. I've never seen bugs like that, and there were a bunch of them. No, I just feel like they're. I feel like they're on me.
What
Are they? And I start taking I just take off my shirt and I'm asking them I feel like they're on me. I feel like they're on me. Can you look? Can you look?
Can you roll stability for me?
Woo!
And for Zahir and Mel, he doesn't have any scarabs on him, but this is unnerving.
I failed by 1.
Okay.
I mean,
You're gonna
can you
lose
roll-
2.
Can you roll
Okay.
luck for that kind of thing? For
I
stability
guess I could
check?
roll it. Can I do a luck roll for that?
No.
Hmm.
Then it is. Then it goes down by 2. Yeah.
By 2, yes. And at that point, all noise in the tunnel stops. All of the skittering, the clicking.
Anybody hear that?
You mean the lack of sound?
Yes.
Yes.
And you see the swarm of scarabs surge up that tunnel towards you.
Run!
Oh, yep. I run.
I'm
Out
behind
the way
them.
we came in.
I'm probably the last one. I'm the last one to run up.
Roy, Philippa, Rick, you are making your way to the museum building. And you see a few people scattered about the park staring up at the sky. Not directly at the eclipse because you're not supposed to, and they realize that. But this is unprecedented. There was not supposed to be one.
Any intelligent person would realize that you don't stare directly at an eclipse.
But they are looking. They're very confused. Everyone's kind of just stopped in their tracks. And you're able to make your way into the building very easily.
Do I see any books?
Why don't you give me a spot hidden roll, all of you, as you start looking around? And Philippa, have you elaborated on what you're looking for to Roy and Rick, or did you just drag them along with you?
Yes, one of my favorite lines from the movie is probably the thing that's coming out of my mouth right now. The key with the book with the key, and I'm just kind of like gesturing like what should be happening. Like you put the key in and you turn it. Yeah. Now they might not have understood that, but
I rolled a 7, so I have an extreme fancy success.
Okay.
hard success.
Big fail for me.
Roy, you're distracted. You're still kind of being hit by the strange solar eclipse, and then the bloody water. A little too much for you. So you're a little distracted. But Rick and Philippa, you start looking around, and very quickly you immediately notice there are 2 books prominently on display in the room. There is a black book, both closed, and then next to it a very bright golden book. They're listed as the Black Book of the Dead and the Golden Book of Amun-Ra. And they are just on display in glass cases in the middle of the museum.
Does one of them match the key by chance?
they-
Like
they-
color wise?
The golden one obviously matches the key, but they both have symbols on them that would appear that the key would fit into now that you've opened it.
I'll kind of slide to a stop in front of them. Which one? Which one?
You mean which one? I don't think we mess with either of them. There's the books. There they are. Yes, that's very nice. Let's go. Take the key back in. Let's take the key back in. It belongs in the bedroom, not in the museum.
I will take the key. Are they under glass, you said?
Yep, they have glass cases around them.
Roy, I need your help. Break this.
Yeah, no, break it. You don't.
I need the book.
We can just open.
I need the book. I need the book to make it stop. I
get
need
you
the book.
But we don't have to break it. Breaking's messy. Breaking's dirty. Breaking.
Get me the
draws attention.
book!
Okay, and I pick the lock on the back of the case.
Fantastic. Can you give me a locksmith roll?
Yes. Can I on the fly say that this makes sense in my background, even though I didn't think to put stuff into it?
Did you
but
put
it seems
anything in
very
sleight of
unlikely I'm
hand?
going to drive a car today.
Did you put anything in sleight of hand?
Sleight of hand. Yes. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Go ahead. Use that.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
What are you doing? This is burglary. You can't just steal things. You can't just pick locks
We're
like
not
this in the middle.
taking it away. We're leaving
We're
it
in a
here. I'm
museum.
just making the thing stop.
Artifacts
She
are
said-
made to be in the museum. You don't take things out of the museum. You don't add things to the museum. You keep things where they go. This is
It's a little
this
late
is
for
disturbing
that.
the natural order of everything. Oh, obviously, yes.
You can lecture me later. Right now, we need to try and fix this.
I feel. Which one do you want?
Good heavens!
I don't know.
Roy,
Just
what
hand me
have you
one.
done?
Yep. Cool. I hand her one, and I take the other.
Okay. Let's see. You hand her the Golden Book of Amun-Ra, and you take the Black Book of the Dead out and kind of slip it into your
I
satchel.
have kind of a messenger bag. Yeah.
And you are handed the book, Philippa.
Yeah, I take the key and I put it in the book and I kind of look up expecting something to be different.
Yeah, absolutely nothing changes.
I turn it and expect for something to be different.
A lock
Don't do
clicks
that.
and the book opens in your hands.
Do not read a page from that book. You close that book right now.
It's just a book.
Do you have a better idea? What else should we do? How are you going
There
make the
has to
sun
be
stop
something
doing
in
the
here.
sun thing and the blood stop doing the water
I
thing?
have presented
what's
my
your
idea.
plan?
You return the thing that you took from the tomb, and things go back to normal. That's just how this works.
Okay, let's take it back to the tomb then. But
Now you leave the book. You
I
can't,
thought we
you
weren't
can't
supposed to take
add
things out
new
of the tomb.
things
These
to
aren't
the
in the
tomb.
tomb. This is like a fucking gift shop. Like, it's fine.
while they're arguing, can I like start skimming pages? I want to look specifically for hieroglyphics regarding blotting out the sun and the
Sure.
rivers and blood and
Sure.
all that good stuff.
Give me a library use roll. And while you're skimming the book and they're arguing, I'm going to jump back to Manny, Zahir, and Mel, who are currently fleeing a swarm. It's not hard for you to outrun it, but it is chasing you. Or at least following the same path you are, because there's really only one way for it to go. Are you just trying to get out of the tunnel?
Oh yeah, I
Okay.
am trying to get out of the tunnel.
Then you all race up the slopes and the steps around the curving passageways and back up through the exit. And you're struck by a few things all at once. One, it's dark outside. Two, there's a distinct coppery, almost rotten smell in the air. And everyone you see, people scattered about, is all staring kind of up at the sky.
Mel, how many plagues does that make this?
Currently, we're at 2.
Isn't it 3? The darkness for 3 days, blood, water, and then I guess scarabs taking the place of locusts, or maybe the lice.
No, the scarabs are their own thing. I'll give you that.
Great.
If you take a moment to take all of that in, I'm going to need all 3 of you to roll stability checks. And then I'm also going to, well, go ahead and make stability checks for me.
I failed.
Okay.
Pass.
Okay.
I rolled a 7.
That's a
I
pass.
rolled a 91.
I'm going to need Zahir and Mel to lose 2 stability. And Manny, I'm going to need you to lose 6. And once you've done that, please make an intelligence roll for me as the reality of everything happening hits you all at once.
I failed.
You failed.
Mm-hmm.
Straight up, my
not
int is
very
a
smart.
90.
Then you're okay. You kind of
an
shrug it
80.
off. You're just like, okay, all right, you know what, whatever.
But I definitely want to get the hell out of here. I'm not liking any of this stuff.
And
What do
it's at that point when the wave of scarabs erupts from the.
Close the wall as we left.
Go ahead and roll spot hidden for me. I'll give you one quick chance.
Thank you. I will say my int is a 90, so this was never going to end well, but I did get an extreme success. So that's great for me. Spot hidden. Yeah, I pass. 68. So
You start
regular
looking
success.
for that panel that Rick stumbled upon earlier, and just as you hear the rumbling of the scarabs coming up the passage, you push the rock again, and the stone begins to close. Not quite fast enough, but it does start to close as a large swath of scarabs come rolling and skittering out of the tunnel. And then the stone closes with a crunch. And the scarabs go after the first person they see, which unfortunately for her is the tour guide that you ran into earlier, who was still standing stunned, staring between the eclipse and the bloody water. And they roll over her, and a few moments later, there is nothing left but a desiccated, mummified corpse.
Whoa.
We're gonna go opposite of that direction. Let's go. Like I start pushing them like away from mummified lady.
Yeah, I'm running. I mean, to the nearest place that feels safe. Like if there's I mean, I'd like to run to my car and get the hell out of here, but I think that the nearest like building is what I'm going to try to run into and close the door.
Well, the
behind
nearest
me.
building is, in fact, the museum.
Then I'm going to run straight there.
Manny, I wouldn't run it. And I just like start like booking it after him, being like, this is a bad idea.
Okay.
Before I also run in the same direction, I feel like my extreme success on that bad intro,
Mm-hmm.
does that play in? Do the effects happen?
They do.
Oh, great.
Can you roll me a d10?
Of course I can. Why did I say that? 8.
Do you remember how Rick reacted with hysterics or sobbing? You two are overcome by extreme emotional distress as you're just overwhelmed by the situation.
Any emotion or similar to Rick's?
Any emotion.
Yes, he's furious as he's chasing everyone else down.
Okay. Understandably.
Mm-hmm.
Philippa, how'd you do on your library use roll?
Yeah, that's an extreme success.
Fantastic. You very quickly, you don't find specific mentions of eclipses or bloody water or anything else, but you do find a mention of plagues.
Yeah, I read that aloud.
You read the section aloud. And
What are you doing? I told you not to read it out loud.
It's
As my
talking about
voice-
pigs. I can make it stop.
It's another register above.
nothing happens.
Give me the other book, Roy. Give me the other book.
Not read the other book.
I'll trade you.
Okay,
And I
sorry,
hand him
hands
the
are full.
book
Hand me
made
the-
of pure
yep,
gold.
Yep, got it. Slip it in the bag. Give her the other one.
I open it, and again I do the same thing. I start scanning for anything. I'm probably like mumbling to myself as I go. So I'm not fully pronouncing everything, but I am sort of reading to myself as I go down the
You're
line.
reading bits and pieces of the text on each page as you go through, and you read the name Imhotep and Anck-su-namun and Amun-Ra and a bunch of different phrases, and then you find a page that talks about resurrecting the dead.
Even though that has nothing to do with our current situation, that's really interesting. So we might pause on that page and read it a little more thoroughly.
And as you're reading, I would like everyone except for Philippa to make an occult roll for me.
I apologize to literally everyone on this stream and everyone watching.
Success.
I accept personal responsibility for everything that's about to happen.
Failure.
Fail.
So we have 3 fails and 2 successes. For Manny and Mel, you hear a voice whisper behind your ear, maybe in the back of your head. You don't recognize the language of the words being said, but you very clearly understand the intent. It's longing. It's something wanting to reach out, to be felt. It's a hunger. For Rick, you get distracted by Philippa reading, and something reminds you of a story your grandfather told. A story about your great-grandfather. About traveling, about being in Egypt, about the curses, but very specifically about fighting off hordes of the undead. And you always thought it was a stupid story, but for some reason what Philippa read reminded you of it. Roy, you're not distracted by any of this. You're very focused. You're very intent on, you've got a solid gold book. And there's some really cool stuff in this room right now, and no one else is here but you three. As you notice 3 sarcophagi on the other side of the room being open.
Hey, Philippa, are you catching?
This is very interesting.
No, but I know. But there's a hey, Rick.
Roy, I'm busy.
Okay, I get that you're busy. Books aren't. But there are things opening. You're opening more than books currently.
As 3 mummies leap effortlessly from the sarcophagi.
I keep reading.
You're obsessed. You're very intrigued and focused on this book. Roy and Rick, you notice these undead creatures come to life and approach you. I will need both of you to roll stability checks before anything else happens. While you're doing that, Zahir, you notice, I guess Manny and Mel, how do you react to what you heard, what you felt?
Ooh. Is there like it's all internal, or is there like an outward pull towards something or somewhere?
You're being pulled towards that museum. There's something there you want.
So, I mean, I would imagine, being a fighter, there's sometimes where you get like knocked around so much that your head is ringing, and the world starts to spin and everything starts to move in slow motion. And this is definitely different, but I can see that Manny's trying to like find his footing, like suddenly on instinct. It's as if he's in the ring, and trying to find his grounding, desperately trying to find his enemy to focus on, the person that he's going toe to toe with. So I would just see him kind of like in a daze, looking around, trying to figure out what the hell's going on.
Okay, Mel.
I feel like Mel's a little bit opposite of that. She knows her calling.
Mhm.
She feels it. Like she could feel her like ancestry kind of calling out to her. And she was always told growing up that there was always that her great grandmother was always with her. So she kind of already kind of starts to feel this sense of like, I need to go. Like that's family calling. So very opposite of Manny. She kind of just glances over at Manny and just takes off, like sprinting that direction.
Okay. So here you see all of this happen.
Kolokara. And I go running, chasing after Mel.
Okay.
No, Manny's just looking around nowhere. He'll be fine.
Okay. Philippa, can you roll occult for me? Roy, Rick, 3 very smoothly moving mummies, corpses, are approaching you with large curved swords in their hands. Philippa, what did you roll?
Success.
Rick, Roy, how do you react?
Oh, I immediately just kind of pull up my shirt, pull a pistol out of a holster I've got on my appendix, and just start firing. So I start blasting.
Okay. So you just start blasting. Rick, how about you?
Are there any other artifacts in this
There are
room, perhaps
there's
some
quite
weapons? Or...
Yes, there are. There's some swords, some spears, a few other things. There's some more like gold artifacts, coins, treasure.
Are there also perhaps like several display cases spread about the place?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, and I might have to roll for this, but what I would like to conceive to happen is I go to try and get a weapon, but in the process of pulling it off the wall, I trip and knock the display cases off into each other, perhaps going in a direction that may or may not impede the zombies, the mummies, but through no actual intent, just more through dumb luck and clumsiness.
I want you to give me a luck roll.
Okay.
This is all I wanted. We can end the stream now. That's all I wanted. That's it.
It's the descendancy of both Evie and Rick. Luck, no, that's actually, can I push that? Can I? Oh no, I've got a reroll.
You have a reroll ready to use. A security blanket, if you will.
Much better. That is a hard success.
Fantastic. You go running towards a large curved sword on the wall of Kopesh, and as you're doing so, you catch your foot on the corner of one of the display cases and shoulder into it. You right yourself, and you're able to grab the sword as you hear behind you as display case hits display case hits display case hits display case, and several of them come crashing to the ground, glass shattering everywhere. And the last one slams into the mummy, and I dropped the die that I wanted to roll, so one sec. Okay, there we go. The first in that line of mummies takes a considerable hit as the glass hits it, slicing into it. The other two kind of leap out of the way and keep heading towards Roy, who's opening fire on them. Roy, can you give me a handgun roll? And Rick, you grab the sword as you hear the sound behind you. Do you like just turn and look?
Yeah. That was an accident.
Bill, Roy, what did you get?
Mega duper super success of 3.
Fantastic. One moment. And you open fire. Can you go ahead and roll damage for your pistol for me?
Just one damage roll.
Up to how many times do you shoot? Because you can shoot up to 3 times.
Well, I'm gonna go shoot, and then a shelf falls on the other mummy. Is it still standing, or did it just like graze it?
We'll say that you are a little distracted by that happening, and you don't fire, regardless. So go ahead and roll 2 damage rolls for me.
Yeah, on the first mummy, I'm just gonna like try and double tap the first mummy. It's 15.
Okay, nice. All right. Philippa, you're still skimming through the book, looking for something interesting, something to stop what's going on, as all of a sudden you hear that crash. And do you look up, or do you keep pouring through the book?
I think I would look up at that specifically because it's a familiar noise to me.
Okay. You look up to see a display case hit another display case, hit another display case, hit another display case, and then that last one hit one of these undead creatures charging across the room towards you and Roy, because Rick has run off to grab a weapon, and a piece of plate glass slice into the leg of one and almost cleanly cut it off.
I
will need you to make a stability roll, but go ahead and react.
I'll kind of turn to Rick and just say, there are priceless artifacts in here. And that is I rolled a 9, so I'm still stable.
You're fine. In general, the scene erupts into chaos in this room. For your occult roll, as you looked up from the book, you had just read a passage about you're not entirely sure of the translation. It's either laying the spirits to rest or raising the spirits from their rest. You're not entirely sure. Could be something useful. You're not positive. Outside, Manny, Mel, and Zahir, you are kind of surrounded by chaos of these plagues as it begins to rain.
What is it raining?
Currently, it's raining water.
Men. Oh.
I wish. I really do wish.
I'm just going to combine two plagues here. It's raining firstborn.
Oh.
No, no, it's raining water for a moment, and then it starts to hail, and the hail gets bigger, and then you see fire falling from the heavens, slam into the ground, and a tree erupting in flames, a nearby tree, as it begins to hail fire.
How close did I get to that museum before this starts happening?
You're almost there. You can get inside pretty quick.
Ooh. I'm gonna hold the door open for the other two to make sure they make it in safe.
Well, Zahir's right on your heels. Manny, you're
I mean,
the hail kind of snaps you out of it.
naps me out of it. Okay, I was hoping it might. On that, I remembered that I was heading towards somewhere indoors. I'll probably, for a moment, get my bearings and then get back and wonder how they got ahead of me when I was clearly ahead of them. But no time to think about that. I'm gonna get through those doors.
Okay. And you all go running towards the doors. I'm going to switch back to inside real quick before you get there. Roy, you fired off 2 rounds that clearly hit the mummies you were aiming for, but they don't seem entirely phased. Rick, you're holding a large sword. And Philippa, what are you doing?
Well, if one of the things comes close enough to me that I am concerned about being hurt, I will cease my reading for a mere moment and just hit it upside the head with this giant metal book.
That's fantastic. They haven't approached you yet. They're kind of like halfway across the room. So,
Do I still have the section that I was reading that clearly reanimated them?
Yeah, you're oh, that section. You had kept flipping past it.
Great, cool.
You hadn't noticed that they were
amazing.
rose from the dead.
I'm such a good librarian. Yeah, I want to try and find that passage again.
Okay, so you start flipping backwards again,
Yeah.
trying to find it. Okay, you do.
See if there's more
actually.
to it, maybe.
You get to that passage, you start reading it. Are you reading aloud, or are you reading to yourself to figure out like what might have brought them back?
I'm reading aloud.
You're reading aloud. Okay, can you give me an occult roll?
Why not?
That is a hard success.
Hard success. Good.
Yeah.
So you're reading aloud. You read a passage. You read a passage about bringing the spirits back to life. Rick, what are you doing?
Well, as I get over the initial shock of these cases that have inexplicably fallen across the entire room, I remember back to a couple years ago when I was doing stunts on the set of Deadpool. Had the whole red suit on, and I was doing the sword fighting scene, right? And so I decided to put some of that into action and swing the sword at this oncoming mummy with a little bit of flourish, relying on my training.
Fantastic. I will have you roll a fighting brawl roll for me. And as you're doing that, Mel, Manny, and Zahir, you get to the museum and you get inside. Mel holding the door open as Manny comes sprinting across the yard, quick on his feet. He's a fighter, and gets inside.
The moment he does, I'm like with Melt slamming the door shut.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm helping that too.
I'm gonna look behind, or as they're shutting it, I'm gonna turn around to see like what have we entered.
You have entered into pure chaos as there's broken display cases and shattered glass across the floor. Roy is holding a gun. Philippa has a big black book in her hands, and Rick is holding a large Kopesh sword. And the cold wind cuts across you. And Manny, you as well. As Philippa reads a passage from the book that she is holding. And you feel instantly a change come over you. The cold wind immediately reverses as a warmth that spreads out, and something awakens as the spirits of Imhotep and Anck-su-namun awaken and take on their hosts. We will see.
Oh wait, not me.
Manny.
There's this like huge intake of breath, and this kind of out of sorts Manny kind of settles and calms, and his spine, you see it just kind of erect, and he lets out this exhale that has been waiting to be let out for 1,000 years. And like kind of as if he's, you know, sort of getting accustomed to being in a physical form again, kind of jerking and twitching, turns to Mel, and all you hear is him say, Anck-su-namun, as he slowly approaches and kind of outlines her face, gently caressing the space about an inch away from her face.
And Anck-su-namun reciprocates hearing her name. She basically takes like a breath too, stands up, and also puts her hand out to him. Imhotep. And just as she does that, she's going to look over and glance towards Philippa's direction and basically grab the knife that's on her. She's going to toss it at her to try to pin the book down.
Okay, so you're going to throw a knife at the book.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to need you to make a brawl roll for me. And if you could both switch to your alternate character sheets.
Yep.
Can I try and jump in front of the knife?
Let's see how she rolls.
Okay.
I got a 40.
And what is your brawl?
65.
You know, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, 50. It's 50.
Okay,
My bad.
that's still a success.
Yeah.
So here, go ahead and give me a. Give me a dodge. Give me a dexterity roll.
A dex roll.
Dodge. Give me a dodge.
Dodge roll. Okay.
It's the opposite of dodging. You're trying to dive in front of it, but
Okay.
see how you do.
I am one away from passing that.
You can push it with luck.
I'm going to push it.
Okay.
I'm going to push it.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a luck roll.
So just a D10?
Yeah. Nope. D100.
D100?
Yep.
I got 19 and my luck is 65.
Okay, so that's a success. So you're going to be able to dive in front of the roll. Now you're going to take the damage from the knife.
Yep.
But you do block it from hitting the book. Go ahead and reduce your luck by 4. And Anck-su-namun, would you please roll damage for that knife?
Yeah, I'm a little unclear on the damage. Since 1D, I think that might be a typo. 1D3, no?
Nope, that's correct.
1D4. My bad. Okay.
Yeah, it's 1d4. Yeah, there is 1d3 damage for some stuff, and that's just a d6. But like the 1 and the 2 count as 1, the 3 and the 4 count as 2, and the 5 and 6 count as 3.
Roger that.
Meanwhile, so here you go diving in front of the knife, slams into your torso. Well, depending on the damage roll, we'll see where. And Rick, did you roll?
I
for
did.
me?
I rolled a brawl. I got a 15, so that is a hard success.
Okay. Then why don't you go ahead and roll damage for me as you swing at the mummy that you actually hit with the display case, and the damage for that sword is actually going to be a d6.
3 damage.
3 damage. Okay. Well, hold on. It's going to be 1d6 plus your damage bonus. Do you have a damage bonus? That would be at the bottom of your sheet.
I don't believe so. I do not have a damage bonus.
Okay, so that's just going to be the 3 damage. That's good. You do swing into it. You cut it. It's not down, but it appears to be very heavily wounded. And Anck-su-namun, you did 7 damage. Okay, so that's 7 damage to Zahir. Zahir, do you have a build score?
Yeah, I've got to build a +1.
All right, so you're gonna reduce it by 1, so you take 6 damage, but that's 6 health. How many hit points do you have?
I think I have 13.
Okay, that's very important because that means you didn't take half of your health in one hit.
Oh, thank God.
Because the bad things would have happened if you did. So you're going to take 6 damage as the dagger slams into your stomach. And you hit the ground hard. For those wondering, those Khopesh swords are a 1d6 plus damage bonus.
Do I land next to it?
Yes, actually you do. You land near one of the display racks of some of these beautiful, old but well-made Khopesh swords.
I know you. You are a bringer of death. You may not stop, but one of us will stop you. And then I'm gonna punch. Yeah, look, I have to change the line a little bit. And then I have to punch. I'm gonna go punch the display case and grab a sword.
Okay, you grab a sword. I'm not gonna
from the ground.
Yeah, you just like jump up, and I'm gonna let you jump up to your feet, kind of like that cool kung fu flip back up, grab a sword. Manny or Imhotep.
Ooh.
What do you do?
So, other than Anck-su-namun, who is near me?
Zahir is close-ish, close enough where you could approach him easily. The room's not that big, so Roy is the next closest person to you. You'd have to cross like half the room to get to him, though.
I'm going to start to approach him, so my head snaps to Roy, and I just reach out into the space, and I'm going to cast Dominate on him. Start to mutter some ancient language. So it's an opposed power roll.
Yes,
with the target.
thank you. So I will need first. There's a cost for Dominate, I believe.
1 magic point, 1 sanity.
Okay, so you're going to lose 1 magic point, and you're also going to lose 1 stability.
Stability, yes.
Yep. And then I will need both you and Roy to make power rolls. You rolled a 4.
Hell yeah, I did.
Oh man!
I used up all my bad rolls on my sanity earlier.
I rolled a 39.
Okay.
36.
Well, that is not as good as Roy's, and he resists. Roy, you feel a presence try to compel you, and you shake it off.
Listen, man, it's hard to overcome someone with your force of personality when you don't really have one. So just back off a bit. And I look at Philippa and I point at Mel or whatever, and I'm like, I fucking knew that she wasn't a British Secret Service agent. I fucking knew it. I knew it.
Yes, you knew. Now let's fix it.
Well, keep reading then. Keep reading. That's helpful.
What? You did this?
I don't think this is the appropriate time to place blame.
Told her not to read from the book, and she did it anyway.
Oh, right, it's done.
And at that point, Rick, the mummy that you swung at, turns and swings its sword at you. And that is going to be a success. You get a chance to dodge.
Right, yes. That's one of the things I'm good at. Not this time. That is a failure on the dodge there.
You're going to take 4 damage.
Oh, ouch.
And what are your hit points?
Let me find those. I have 12, so that drops me down to 8.
Yep. Okay. So Roy. So I'm gonna kind of break this down a little bit. A few people have taken turns and some haven't, other than dialogue. So I'm gonna start going in an order. Roy. After Imhotep, Manny tries to control you and fails, what do you do? You're muted. That was beautiful visually, but you are muted.
Oh, killer
he
line.
blowing up a
You will never
balloon?
know just how good it was. I'm just gonna swing around frustratedly, like shrug and take off 3 shots at Imhotep.
Okay, why don't you give me a firearms roll? And Imhotep, you can give me a dodge roll as a response. You are able to dodge out of the way.
28. This is success.
Okay.
All right. 16, which is
Plus 30.
a 16 is what is that? The middle. That's less than half.
That's a hard success. Good.
Hard
You,
success.
Roy, you fire off a few rounds, but Imhotep
Mine is
ducks and
also
dodges
hard
out of the way.
success.
But
Does it actually matter? Because his is lower. Or?
His is lower in this case.
Mhm.
So he dodges out of the way. Philippa, what are you doing?
Yeah, so this weird thing that just happened to Mel and to Manny, does that mean anything to me?
It does. It does.
Cool.
Can you give me a occult roll?
Mm-hmm. That is an extreme success.
You obviously read stories, and you are very, very obsessed with the lore behind this curse. And you've heard the story of Imhotep and Anck-su-namun. You heard the names that they called each other.
That's it, though.
You know the story. So if you can imagine a detail light version of the events of 1927 and the story of Evie and Rick O'Connell, you would know that version.
Does Roy still have the gold book, or did he drop it?
Oh, he still has it.
Like under his arm?
No, it's in a.
the bag.
You saw him slip it into a satchel, like a messenger bag.
Yeah, I'm gonna go take that from him
Okay, so you're gonna go grab the book.
so that he doesn't have to stop shooting.
Okay. Anck-su-namun, what are you doing?
Well, I just saw someone try to shoot my love, and I'm not okay with that.
Why would Rick do that?
So in turn, I'm going to go to Roy, and I'm also going to say something very ancient and old, and I'm actually going to cast Breath of Sand.
And can you describe what Breath of Sand does, and then tell me what the cost is?
Yeah, so the cost is 8 magic points
Okay.
and 1d6 of sanity.
Okay.
It says speak ritual word, and on a successfully opposed POW roll, the target's lungs begin to fill with sand, choking them and causing them 1d8 damage per round.
So I will need you to spend the 8 magic points. You will also lose 4 stability. But then I will need you and Roy to both make opposing POW checks.
41.
Okay, wait, how do I do this roll? This is new to me.
POW? POW is a characteristic, so it's still a D100.
Oh, I see it now. Huh. I just made it. I rolled an 85 and my POW is an 85.
Okay. Roy, did you pass yours?
Oh yeah, I rolled a 41. My POW is 65.
Okay. So technically that's not a success smell, but close.
Okay.
Based on variances. So you attempt to do it. You speak the words, but it's almost as if Roy is able to shrug off the effects.
I don't think you really follow me on Instagram, do you?
Is it here?
Well, the other two were distracted.
Yep.
But at the same time, I feel like despite my injuries, I'm still best served here. That said, do I have any idea of how to undo this? Any idea at all?
Give me an occult roll.
That's a success.
Reading the correct passage. So this is different. This isn't the same as what's the phrase? It's not the same as when Imhotep was trying to sacrifice Evie to bring Anck-su-namun back to life. It is they have been possessed, or maybe a latent part of them has been awoken. So this is more of a putting the souls of Imhotep and Anck-su-namun to rest. So maybe something from one of the books would have a appropriate passage, but it wouldn't be the same as like just stopping him.
Do I have any idea of which book?
No.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Do I still have time, knowing that, to strike out at
No.
Imhotep?
No.
Nope. Philippa, look to put their souls to rest. Don't try to do the same thing that's been done before.
I'm working on it. It's going to take me a moment.
And Rick, what are you doing?
Yes. Is running an option?
Running is an option, yes. There is an exit behind you that you could run out and escape from. Or you could deal with the mummy that's currently attacking you.
Yeah, that's probably the better idea. I just want to know what my options are.
There's a door behind you could probably run through.
There's also a door here right beside me and the two evil folks, if you want to.
Yep, you could run across the museum to get to that door and run out that one if you wanted to.
Yeah, I don't like that idea either. So I'm going to, I've got this mummy here. There's two other mummies still up, right? Like there's three of them bearing down on me now.
There's three and one that you've done a bunch of damage to, intentionally and unintentionally.
I suppose I would like to end this mummy and put myself out of harm's way, if at all possible, in sort of the same move. So some sort of stuntman flourish where I spin and rotate away from the mummies while swinging the sword at the one in front of me.
Okay, why don't you give me a brawl roll to start that off?
Yeah, let's get that started. That is a 3.
That is fantastic, and more than enough success to also spin away at the same time. So go ahead and roll damage for me, which is going to be a d6.
That is a 1. I rolled a 1.
You, because of the grand flourish and the spin, you actually practically miss with the sword.
Wonderful. Yes, that seems very on brand.
Yeah. Imhotep.
Okay, so Anck-su-namun we're focused on Roy right now, and he seems to be I don't know, it's nothing's working. Are there other individuals in this place other than just the 6 of us?
There actually is one other person, and then of course there were people outside.
Mm-hmm.
At the far end near the exit, at a little kind of gift shop stand, there is a man wearing kind of like a little red vest, little staff thing for the museum.
Okay, and how this is a small room, you said. How far away is the door that I entered from?
Oh, it's like less than 10 feet behind you.
Okay, so Imhotep kind of snarls at Roy and then turns and bolts through those doors right to the outside, and taking 2 steps outside. What do I see? What's happening with the people out there?
Many of them are still in shock. The eclipse, the bloody water, the hail now coming down. Some of them are hiding beneath the temple itself. Some of them are moving towards the museum for shelter.
Oh, good. So all the ones that are near me or near enough to have this affect them, I'm going to use words of power. I create an intense bond with a large group of people, and on a successful charm or persuade roll, then I turn them to my will.
Go ahead and
Lovely.
spend the cost of that ability, and then make me that charm or persuade roll, whichever is higher.
All right. Let me see. Okay, let's rolled as 18.
Oh,
That is a success.
yes, yes, it is. Okay. And all of a sudden, about a dozen people stop, and they turn and they just look at you, waiting for instruction.
I immediately point right back inside of the museum, and I yell out a command in a language that nobody else here understands, but it's very loud and very angry.
And they all start slowly marching towards the building and pull open the door and start walking inside. And for the rest of you, you see a crowd of about a dozen or so people start filing into the room, heading toward you, chanting, Imhotep, Imhotep, Imhotep. Roy.
Shoot. That doesn't seem very great. I'm kind of looking around, taking an assessment of the situation. Question for the keeper. I have 13 magic points. Did that just like happen as I generated my stats, or
That
do
just
I have
happened as you
secret-
generated your
okay.
stats,
I can't like throw Pikachu out into the fight. Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
Just wanted to check because you never know.
Sure, that's valid. That's valid.
I think I'm going to like looking at everyone stepping over. I assume that Philippa's like deep in her book.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to step over between her and whatever seems the most dangerous and or closest, and do as people in movies do and not necessarily cock my gun. And it makes a very loud noise because that's what guns do in movies. And I'm just going to stand. And can I like wait? Can I hold an action like until something makes a move towards her and then shoot at that?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll say you can.
Okay.
To which end, Philippa?
I have two things that I would like to do. I'm going to leave it up to you as far as how much of this I can accomplish in one round.
Okay. Start describing, and I'll interrupt you when that's too much.
Yeah. So I got the book from Roy's bag last time, and I'm gonna try and look in a similar location. Like, if these are opposite books, then in theory it should kind of be in the same place, but in the other book. So I'm gonna look for text about about laying spirits to rest, and at the same motion, I'd like to pull my taser out of my bag and just have it ready to go.
Okay. Yeah, you're actually able to do both of those things. So you're flipping through the text, looking for it, and as you're doing that, you're kind of like pulling the taser out and holding it in your hand while you're flipping pages.
I'm gonna tase Anck-su-namun. This is technology they didn't have before. Like,
okay. I will need you to roll a firearms handguns roll.
what? That's can I make an argument for brawl because it's a hand weapon and not a fiery weapon?
Oh, that kind of taser. Sure.
Yeah.
And in Anck-su-namun, I'll give you a dodge roll.
That is a 46 success. Yep.
Okay.
Hard success.
Woo!
What's and I believe that there's no damage on the taser, but
It just stuns.
Stuns. So in Anck-su-namun, you are stunned for one round.
I mean, yeah. Have you looked at her?
Heyo. Yeah, Roy, I kind of like reach around your ankle while I'm trying to flip through the book and just kind of catch Anck-su-namun in the calf.
And Anck-su-namun just kind of looks down at her. Would I recognize her?
Everyone in this room is familiar to you. They have foiled your plans in the past. They appear not as they do necessarily in everyday life, but to you, they appear as their counterparts from the past.
Mm-hmm.
Rick is very clearly Rick. Philippa bears a striking resemblance to Evie. Roy
Super hot.
looks like fairly similar to what he looks like now, but like Jonathan, and of course Zahir
So more
is familiar
specifically,
to you.
leaning into Philippa looking more like Evie, would she also look like her descendant Nefertiri?
Yes.
Excellent. So Anck-su-namun kind of looks over at her and just whispers, Nefertiri.
That will be your turn for this round.
Excellent.
Zahir.
I'm debating a couple things, but I think the best thing to do, considering one is such a stunner, is to probably slash at her.
Okay.
I.e., she's stunned, so I feel like that. Does that mean she can't dodge?
You cannot
Right.
dodge if you slash at her with a sword, correct?
This is exactly what I want out of life. Yes.
My gift to you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to take it, and I'm going to.
I'm happy you're so polite about hitting me.
Well, I am a gentleman, and so is Zahir, and I'm going to be even more really kind when I say that I have a fighting sword of 65, but I just rolled an 11, which makes that the best success possible. Extreme success.
Okay. And go ahead and roll me damage.
Okay, so 1d6 plus my damage bonus. My damage bonus is a d4. So I actually don't have a d4 on me. Hold on.
I got you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's a 1. I apologize.
It's fine. The d6 was a 6.
Okay.
Perfectly balanced out. So
All
that's
So
for 7 damage to the gut, 7 damage back to you, dear.
Anck-su-namun, you will take 4 damage.
Hagen.
At least you have build.
So, here swings, and Rick. You have
Right,
flourished a sword and attempted to slash at a mummy and comically missed.
Yes. And are the mummies advancing? Are they getting a turn?
The mummies have somehow forgotten to take their turn.
Good.
So,
I fully support the mummies just being confused by this whole bit, just like me. And the people that Imhotep summoned in, they are also crowding into this small museum space.
they are. They're crowding in and they're approaching specifically Philippa, but the rest of you as well. They're kind of spreading out, and groups of them are approaching each of you.
This is absolutely no time for heroics. If I've learned anything from my family members, there's time for heroics and there's time for not heroics. And I believe this is a time not for heroics. And so knowing that Philippa is the key to getting all of this done, I would like to attempt to grab her wrist and pull her away from the danger towards the door and see if we can perhaps find some quiet place where we could just chill out, have a glass of wine and read this book to kill them all.
Okay. I will say you attempt to do that, and we're going to go through another round before it comes back to whether that is that's successful, because Philippa gets to react. So, while all of that is happening, Imhotep, you have commanded your horde of minions now, and they are doing your bidding. What would you like to do next?
So question, it takes magic points to sustain this. Can I continue this and still take another action?
Yeah, You can. You just have to spend the magic points every round.
Great. So I will do that. I will continue this. And are there any? So I'm still outside. So because all I did was run outside, do this, and then turn around and point them in the direction of everybody else.
Yes.
Is there anybody dead out here?
There is. There's a corpse not too far off. The corpse of the poor tour guide.
I do recall this. So Imhotep approaches that corpse, and I'm gonna use Graveyard Kiss. With like the kind of like nails. There's the tips of my fingers are still kind of like skeletal. So you see bones at the tips of my fingers, and with that, I'm gonna like gash into my other hand and pour the blood that pours out of me into the mouth of the tour guide. And you see Imhotep kind of bend down, and everything he does has this kind of like graceful, fluid movement, and breathes into their mouth, bringing the corpse back to life as another, well, would-be mummy if they were wrapped, but definitely is now reanimated. And then I turn my attention towards the group inside with my new pet at my side.
Okay. And you start heading back in after casting that spell.
And I got to make some rolls because that's costing me a couple things. Oh, crap.
Excellent. And we will come back around at this point to Roy and Philippa.
I mean, I'm still just like I said, Rick's now trying to pull her away, so I'm just kind of like keeping the gun out, like doing the
okay,
and all the people.
Philippa, what are you doing?
So it kind of depends on Rick. Like, is Rick trying to grab me by the hand? Because I will shake that off. If he tries to pick up my whole person, I will just keep reading.
No, I don't believe that's the gentlemanly thing to do, to pick you up bodily by your body. I would simply attempt to reading that in perhaps an open lobby or somewhere else where there's less dead people and or reincarnated people. This would just improve your opportunity to really get through this book and really dig in. Please, let's go. We should leave this moment. And grab her by the hand and pull her away. That is mine.
I let him lead me, but again, I continue reading.
Okay, so he's kind of like...
Did I find any part of the book that I thought might be beneficial?
You did, actually. So, we'll do a couple things here. So he's going to start pulling you, and you're going to start walking across the room. All of the other NPCs will get to take a turn. But before we do that and we find out what Philippa found in the book, we are going to take another short break. So we'll be right back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. We will see the conclusion of our game after this break. Thank you so much. We're back with the conclusion of the Mummy Redux, our Call of Cthulhu one-shot, raising money for RAINN. Remember, you can influence the game still as we roll into our conclusion by donating. I'll keep an eye on that as we go, but we're going to jump right back into the action. So, where we are at is Anck-su-namun has been stunned, but is gaining her composure and is going to be acting momentarily. Rick is trying to lead Philippa away as she is reading through the book. Roy is firing between mummies and Imhotep and Anck-su-namun, just firing at the different threats about him. Imhotep has re-entered the room and has a horde at his disposal who is approaching on all of you. And Zahir, you are about to be swarmed by 3 individuals who appear to be controlled by this mob.
Yay.
But first, Anck-su-namun, what are you doing?
pretty annoyed about what had happened, being stunned by Nefertiti and then hit by this other person. Yes. So instead of going for him, I'm gonna go for the one that has the book. And I'm gonna basically look at Nefertiti and I'm gonna say again something Egyptian that she's actually going to recognize, and I'm gonna basically call her out to stop reading, and I'm gonna blind you. So I'm using blindness. That is 8 magic points, and
Yep.
that is 2d6 of sanity.
Okay. I will roll that for you. I'll roll that for you. And can you describe the ability?
Sure. On success in an opposed power roll with the target, causes complete and permanent blindness.
So could you both roll power for me? And in Anck-su-namun, you're going to lose 10 stability.
Cool beans.
This is an opposed power roll?
Yeah.
Fuck me. I'm glad I have a reroll.
You do.
Ah.
I rolled a 10,
Okay.
which is an extreme success for me.
Okay.
She rolled way better than me. I got a 61.
So you're not permanently blinded, but you are temporarily blinded as you are struck by the power of Anck-su-namun, and your vision swims and is filled with bright light. It's almost as if you had been staring into that eclipse outside. Here, you are about swarmed by 3 of these individuals who grab at you, striking at you with their fists and trying to pull the sword out of your hands. Could you roll a fighting brawl check for me?
Of course I can. That is a hard success.
What did you
28.
roll specifically? Because this is an opposed roll.
I rolled a 28.
Okay. So you fight off the first person who's trying to grab the sword as fists beat down on you, and one of them strikes you in the throat.
Mm-hmm.
I rolled a 1, by the way.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome. And you're going to take 3 damage.
Okay.
And you can go. It's your turn.
I look over my shoulder where I assume Philip is like stunned looking at a book.
Mm-hmm.
Does she have a page open?
She has a page in her hand. She was in the midst of turning a page.
I thought I had the section.
It spans multiple pages.
Okay.
You were reading over it. I was gonna. So you had found the section and you were reading over it before
Gotcha.
being able to do
Okay.
anything. That's what happened while you were in the middle of being blinded.
I mean, I feel like I trust her to have gotten the right thing. So I'm going to rush up and try and read over her shoulder.
Okay, so you're gonna try to rush across the room. I'm actually gonna need you to make a dexterity roll for me to get across the room without being attacked.
My dex is 70. Just hoping that goes well. 30. So that's a hard success.
Okay. You do. You make it across. I'm going to roll an attack against you on the mummy's turn, but for now, you make it across the room. Rick, you are just pulling Philippa with you. Are you still doing that?
Well, is there any sort of visual indication that she is no longer? Well, she is no longer reading, right? And Zavira did not make it across the room to read more.
Correct. You're not entirely, like, you'd have to stop pulling her out of the room in order to really react to any of that.
All right. So has part of the inscription been read already? Because she was reading it.
Mm-hmm.
If I see her pausing, holding that page, I will. Don't stop reading. Just keep going. I will navigate.
I can't see anything. I can't see anything. I don't know what the last symbols are.
Oh goodness! What? And I'm gonna try and describe to her the last symbols.
Okay.
and get her to say the words.
I need you to make an intelligence roll for me.
Okay. I put my dice away. It's a regular success.
Okay. It's a regular success. So you start describing the symbols on the page. And Philippa, you're hearing them, and it kind of makes sense. Obviously, there's a bit of that, like, when you're not seeing them within context, but you're starting to piece it together. When we come to your turn, I'll have you make a roll. Imhotep.
Okay, so I've started to come back in with my new mummy zombie because they're not, and I'm gonna basically kind of bring them in. And are they lumbering slowly? Is that
No,
are they?
no, this is much like the ones that I described earlier.
Okay.
She's actually moving very fluidly and quickly.
Nice. So she knows what to do. Where's Philippa and Rick? Where are they in
They're on the
relation?
far side of the room from you. The closest person to you who's not an Anck-su-namun is Zahir, and then Roy. And then Philippa and Rick are on the other side of the room.
So I'm gonna kind of like walk through. I'm gonna walk past Zahir. My intention is to walk past Zahir and Roy. I'm trying to get to where I see the book.
Okay.
But as I pass, I'm gonna clobber Zahir.
Okay, so Zahir is currently rushing across the room towards the book. You are going to kind of like smash into him as you
I'm gonna
across.
hit him to hopefully incapacitate him, but he's in my way. If he's heading for what I'm heading for, then
you give me a fighting brawl roll.
I sure can.
Did I roll dodge?
Okay. Yeah. Let's see what he rolls.
I rolled a success.
Just a normal success?
A normal success.
Okay. Zahir, go ahead and give me a dodge roll, but this is going to be very difficult for you because you've already done so much this turn and you're currently focused on getting across the room.
Yeah, okay. Let's just pick up 2 fresh dice. Don't betray me. Don't betray me.
Dangerous game to play.
It is a dangerous game to play, but I did get a hard success.
You got a hard success.
With a 15.
That's not quite enough. So I'm gonna need Manny to roll damage. You're not gonna take full damage, but I'm still gonna need Manny to roll damage.
Got it. That is 2, 4 damage.
So Zahir, you're gonna take.
Yes, 4.
You're gonna take 3 damage.
Do I minus my build?
Yes.
For 2 damage. Thank God I'm still up.
Okay. But it just sends you flying. The hit is more force than damage, and it sends you flying across the room, and you are not closer to your target. Kind of go flying sideways. We're going to jump over to Roy next. Are you still kind of just trying to protect Philippa? Roy.
I'm sorry, your voice like was not there and then happened very, 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 very quickly, and I heard Roy at the end.
Oh, no worries. I'm sorry. So it's your turn. Are you still trying to just protect Philippa?
I'm kind of doing the same thing that everyone else has been trying to do. I heard her say that she can't read, and so I kind of like look at the gun and like shrug and like kind of grab the book out of her hands. I don't know if she lets it go or maybe I just kind of like get my hands on it and look over it, and I will try to read.
So you and Rick are both trying to read the passage.
Except he's trying to describe it to her, right?
And he has already.
Yeah.
So Philippa, it's your turn. I'm going to need you to make an occult roll for me.
If anyone wants to like throw in a last minute reroll, this would be the time for it. I'm just saying.
The only person who has a reroll left is me. So
maybe a kind and benevolent keeper would pass it along to someone who just went blind. But I don't need it because that's a fucking hard success.
A hard success is what you needed. From Rick's description, you are able to piece together what the rest of the page says, and you speak it aloud.
So before I do,
Mhm.
even though I can't see,
Mhm.
I can tell where Anck-su-namun is.
You can.
She and I have thousands of years of history at this point.
Mhm.
So I'm going to turn and face her. And in Egyptian, right back to her, I'm going to say, "Stay dead this time, my sister." And then I'll finish the passage.
And you read the passage, and both Imhotep and Anck-su-namun, you feel your strength drain from your bodies. You feel all of your force of will vanish. And Manny and Mel, you are in control again. As the mummies stop moving, fall to the ground, and the crowd, the mob, kind of stops and shakes their heads in a daze, as if they were sleepwalking.
So I imagine that as that Imhotep is trying to hold on and will himself like in this space as it starts to drain, and he's almost as if fighting through it, approaching Philippa, reaching for the book, and as soon as he maybe touches it, is when Manny kind of like flashes back and just collapses down right in front of everybody that's right there. I think they're all, most of them are right there, Roy and Philippa and Rick, and just like falls and is just like out, like a boxer that just got his lights out, is just like hits the ground and starts to like in a daze, barely kind of come to, wondering what the hell just happened.
Yeah, while that chaos is happening, Mel actually lets out a pretty gnarly scream, as if like you could feel Anck-su-namun like just getting ripped out of her. And Mel kind of falls to her knee, not totally to the ground, but kind of like looks up, just like exasperated by what was going on, and like looks over at Philippa. What were you reading? What was that?
Did it work?
Did
it work?
Head. What?
Rick!
happened?
It was a stork. It was a stork. That's what the thing was. And I was.
Did it work?
What the fuck happened? And then start to like pull at whoever's legs are right here, and kind of like try to get myself back on my feet. What just happened?
What work? What happened?
Well, you were trying to kill us all. And no hard feelings, you know, I won't keep that against you. I recognize that there's some strange things going on here. But if it's all the same to you, I think that we should probably find a hospital, all of us, and then maybe some stiff margaritas or something like that.
Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Like, I imagine I crashed into a gigantic banner, and I slung my way down it, and I just stabbed a mummy as soon as the spell was ending. I let go of the sword. I let go of the sword. 1, it worked. 2, ow.
Yeah, Zahir, you are not in good shape.
2 HP.
Oh, as British intelligence, just out of curiosity, would I have some sort of like call radio to them real quick and just kind of start signaling to get an ambulance in the area?
You could get one rushed here very quickly, yes.
I have first aid, but I can't see right now. So
And as you
there's that.
As you say that, your sight comes back.
So when I open my eyes and see Manny collapsed at my feet, Mel kind of on her knees coming back into her consciousness, and the others sort of just like frozen for a second. She'll zero in on Zahir and see that he's bleeding really badly, and she's going to immediately start performing first aid.
Okay.
So that he doesn't die right here, right now, because that's
probably a good idea. So you start performing first aid.
As I hear Mel call for her support, I see Philippa kind of go off. I'm just kind of like, That's my cue. Kind of mutter under my breath and just kind of try and slip my way towards whatever most obscure exit might be around.
She left the books there, by the way.
One's in my bag already, but seeing the other one, I will scoop it up.
You scoop up both the books and you slink your way out of the room unnoticed.
Rick, can you come apply some pressure here, please?
May Allah smile upon you, and next time, don't fucking read aloud.
Just, you're delusional. Rest.
Did you rest?
Shh.
And as you hear the sounds of an ambulance approaching, our story comes to an end. Our story comes to an end, but yours does not. And I would like to go around. Zahir, what happens to Zahir after this?
Well, I have a sworn oath not to let any evil into the world, and those books can be really misused. So I figured, like, one day Zahir's suddenly just not in the hospital anymore because he's realized what happened, and he will chase those books as far and as quickly across the earth as it takes him.
Okay. And Roy, in that case, what happens to Roy?
Roy makes his way, home back to the good old Jersey Shore as soon as he can. But he keeps an ear out for when Philippa comes back. And once he knows that she is perhaps back in town or back in the States and can contact her, maybe, he'll let her know that he has something she might be interested in. And would maybe send a picture of these books with like question mark emoji.
Get you a really good price.
And Rick, how about you? What happens
this
to Rick?
Has been absolutely ghastly. I expected this relaxing vacation where I could learn a little bit of history, and everything that could have gone wrong did go wrong. So at first, I had this idea of maybe having this heroic moment at the very end and asking Philippa out and going on a date with her. But then as we were at the hospital and getting everything ready, she really started to remind me of my great-grandmother, and it just really turned me off on the whole thing. And I decided to leave instead and return to England, where it is nice and quiet and nobody ever gets cursed ever.
Fair enough. Philippa, how about you?
Yes. So Philippa returns back to her library, of course. However, this time she has her own manuscript to contribute to its contents, discussing this secret found passage and the possible ramifications of reading hieroglyphics aloud. Reading kills children. Surprisingly, it was very strange. Rick started acting all squirrely around her and kind of made his way back to wherever it was he came from. She did take up a keen interest in boxing, though, and has watched every single one of Manny's fights since meeting him in the desert. She and Mel now text constantly. It turns out that Mel is a delightful person when she's not trying to kill you. And I never bought anything from Roy ever again.
Good to know.
I left him on red, as the children say.
Fantastic. And Manny and Mel.
Ooh.
What happens to you?
Well, I think this is like Manny cancels the fight. Instead of meeting up with his estranged father, he says, fuck that guy, and wants nothing to do with anything like this, except does have this like really crazy curiosity and desire to do one for some reason. I don't know what, if Manny remembers what was kind of passed between he and Mel.
Mm-hmm.
That's the case, and he's definitely keeping in touch with Mel and wanting to figure out what that was. But Philippa already became a sort of tutor of sorts, and I almost feel like he quits boxing and like goes back to school for like archaeology or something totally huge 180, nothing that he ever would have expected for his life, but this definitely left a lasting impact on him.
Okay. And Mel.
Well, being the last one, I have a lot of fun here. So Mel kind of returns back to British intelligence, reports back that she was unable or unsuccessful at finding Carnahan. However, she does track him on Instagram, and every now and then his Instagram does get blocked for a while, or like for like whatever misconduct, and like it just kind of freezes for a bit. Like basically any of his social media kind of gets frozen to kind of stop him from doing what he's supposed to be doing. But she lets him run off. With Philippa, Mel actually tries to pull some strings within British intelligence to try to whatever evidence she finds that kind of connects any sort of archaeological findings. She kind of sort of like helps Philippa with it so that she can get some more information. With Zahir, if there was any info or tracking of information on ancient artifacts, she as a sister of the Magi, she would send him information. Rick, she tends to check up on him. He doesn't know it, but she does check on him to make sure that he's not checked himself into any sort of clinics. And lastly, with Manny, she actually sends him a sigh with a note that says, "Would you like to know the tale?"
Lovely. And as we close on our story, it's one day in the future, Roy hears the door to his shop open. And when he comes out to check, he sees Zahir standing there, having tracked him and the books down. And that's where we're going to end our story. I'd like to thank everyone who tuned in tonight and donated to a fantastic cause. We've raised $520 for RAINN, which is fantastic. Thank you so much, everyone. They're a great cause, and we were very happy to support them this evening. I'd like to just give a chance for all of my wonderful players. First of all, thank you for joining me tonight. And secondly, please tell our viewers where they can find you online, what you're up to, and if you have anything really cool coming up. Let's start with Nordine.
Hey, I'm Nordine Ali Kadir. My pronouns are he, him. You can catch me online at Werewolf Feels on all the things. That's Twitter, Instagram, if you really want pictures of my dog, I guess. Twitch, where I play some games. I'm a writer for RPGs, so you can catch me writing for Into the Motherlands along with other projects I cannot name. And you can also find me playing some games on other channels, like this one every Monday, or on Roll For It every Saturday for the next little while, or on Faithforged Academy every Thursday. I play a lot of games, and I will not stop.
Should you? Thank you so much. Andrew.
Hello, I'm Andrew Strother. I do many things. You can follow me on Twitter at Roll Persuasion. I'm the host of the Roll for Persuasion podcast, where I interview creatives and creators in the entertainment and gaming space. Diana has been a guest before. You can go check her episode out. But you can find out everything about that show at rollpersuasion.com. I'm also the head of marketing for Dwarven Forge, which is a super cool company that makes really awesome stuff for tabletop gaming. And we just announced a new Kickstarter for our reliquaries, beautiful sculpted thrones that you can put dice on that are wildly beautiful. So go to dwarvenforge.com, check those out. I'm also co-creator and co-star of Second Star to the Right, a Neverland adventure, which is a D&D game set in the magical world of Neverland. And we stream every other Friday along with VODs and podcasts and all that stuff. So you can check that out at secondstar.show.
Fantastic. Thank you. Luis.
Wow, I just kind of lost my mind on your Neverland like RPG.
It's fun.
Awesome. Hi everybody, I'm Luis Carrazzo. I'm on Instagram and Twitter, just my name, LuisCarazo. Put that together and you can find me. Tuesday nights I'm streaming Outbreak Undead with Hunters Entertainment on Twitch. It's an ongoing campaign. Sin is on that on occasion as well, and it's a lot of fun. I'm also an actor here in Los Angeles. Last season, I was on SWAT. I was on NCIS LA. You guys can find my episodes for that if you care to watch it.
And you have a really cool commercial.
Oh yeah, man. You know that like Star Wars hotel that opened that everyone's mad about because it's so expensive? That's me. I'm the guy. That's the Jedi on that.
He also made it super expensive. So if you have an issue with that, take it up with
Please do not come at me for that. Do not. I'm still trying to convince them that they should let me stay there. Like, let me stay there. That's not working out well for me.
Just say you need it for method acting.
I do, right? Yes, exactly. How do I? And I got a couple films that are coming out and a short film that's doing the festival circuit that I'm really proud of. So if you care to, see more of what any of that's about, then, you can hit me up on social media, and I'd love to share that stuff with you guys. And I'd love playing this with you all. So thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. Justice.
Hey everybody, I'm Justice. You can find me on all the socials as Stash Mandu. I do competitive beard and mustaching in my free time. And I've got a pretty light schedule right now. I'm one half the team over at Bard and Barbarian with Miss Diana, but we've got all our shows on hiatus right now. I do have an announcement coming up in 2 weeks of a new show that I'll be a part of that I'm really excited about, but we're not spreading the details on that one just yet. So keep an eye out, and I'll make sure I put all that out. In the meantime, if you are at Origins Game Fair this weekend, come see me at the Wormwood booth. Yeah.
Cynthia.
Oh, sorry. I was just still very excited about the Neverland game. Hi, y'all. I'm Cynthia Marie. You guys can find me on Instagram, Cynthia__Marie, where you can find all my cosplay or everything else. Cyndancer, CYNDANCER. You've seen me in the chat. Talk to y'all. It's been a delight being on here. If you'd like to check out some more of my stuff, LA by Night season 5 is going on currently. I play Nellie G, Baron of Hollywood. If you haven't seen any of the seasons, they are on YouTube. You can go check out seasons 1 through 4. Luis is in there. Outbreak Undead, I also play with Luis. I also play on The Nightlife with Diana, another vampire game that's on Renegade Games. So when we come back, hopefully soon, you can check that out as well. But our game is still on Twitch if people haven't caught it. Yes, no, maybe? I don't know. YouTube, Twitch, I think you guys can find it somewhere in there. If
You're talking about The Nightlife?
Yeah, The Nightlife.
It's all on YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube. Go check it out. It's great. It's fun. It's vampires in Miami. What could go wrong? Otherwise, I am a lady of STEM. I am an engineer by day, so I don't do a whole lot of shows because I'm doing science. But I would love to see you guys on social medias, and I love you all, and thank you. Actually, can I talk about one thing real quick that we don't get to really talk about too much? I have a podcast about LARP and talking about role playing and stuff like that, and I just wanted to point out the PvP in our game was truly and completely consensual. We all as a group we're okay with fighting against each other. There is no animosity or malice towards one another. In fact, every time I was punching Diana over there, I was like, I love you. I love you. It was just one of those things, it treat it with respect, please. Don't think that it's easy for you to play PvP versus your friends, because sometimes you get into fights. We all sat here and showed so much love to each other. So if you decide to do PvP in your group game, make sure that everybody is on board to do that, because it is not easy. So thank you, Ian, for providing that safe space for us as well.
Of course, we
sure.
wouldn't have it any other way, and thank you all for being on board with the concept. Last but not least, Diana.
I actually think it might be the least this time, because we're on a break right now. So, hey everybody, I'm Diana D'Amico. You can find me on Twitter at D'Amico Diana, because for some reason my actual name is taken. I don't know how that happened. I'm the only one. But right now, Justice told you, Bard and Barbarian's kind of on hiatus. We're taking a little break from stuff until after the wedding, once all the dust settles and we can be human people again and live lives. But Cynthia mentioned the nightlife. I am the storyteller for that chronicle. So if you want to catch that, it's over on the Play Renegade YouTube channel. We started passing some messages back and forth about season 2 this week, which is kind of exciting, and I'm very thrilled about it. Other than that, I am the Dice affiliate manager for Die Hard Dice, which means I do a lot of community outreach projects. I make cool custom dice for people, which is it's amazing. I have the best job in the entire universe because it means that I get to work with most of the people who are here right now. Who'd have thunk? It's great. But yeah, follow me on Twitter, and that's where you'll find everything. Yeah, I make those. I make dat.
These are some, and they roll really well.
They do. They're really nice.
So yeah, that's all I really have going on right now. We'll be doing some more Vampire the Masquerade stuff for Bard and Barbarian when it comes back, but that won't be towards the end of that'll be towards the end of the year. So
Fantastic.
remember me fondly in the meantime.
We do. We absolutely do. I want to once again thank the wonderful cast I had for this game this evening. I would not have been able to tell this story if I remember correctly, Diana and Nordine started talking about it on Twitter and then DM'd me, and that's this.
And
all
now
came together.
here we are.
It came together very quickly, and then we had a lot of time to plan it and come up with some cool ideas like the PvP. So thank you all so much for trusting me to run this game for you.
Thank you for running it. This was
you so
a
much.
total treat.
Good. I'm glad.
Did you shout yourself out and where we can find you?
I'm about to. I wanted to thank you first because that was more important to me. If you enjoyed tonight's game, we are running a series of charity one-shots all month here on Gehenna Gaming because October is my birthday, actually. Diana and Justice are getting married on my birthday. It's a wonderful
did it
birthday.
just for him.
It's a wonderful birthday present. I thank you two so much. But no, it is my birthday this month, so we are running charity one-shots in celebration of that. So next Saturday, join our Twitch manager, Nick Francia, for a game of Haunted West, where we're going to be celebrating going into the final week of Hispanic Heritage Month, which is very important to us and Nick because Nick is of Cuban heritage. And so make sure you tune in for that and check that game out. You can also check Nick before then this Monday for our Monsterhearts game, which Nordine mentioned, which is our Monsterhearts actual play Gehenna Academy. You can find me this Tuesday over on ATL by Night, playing my character Jackson, which I just posted a really cool photo yesterday over on my Instagram, which is at Ravnos13. See, shouted out myself a little bit. And then you can find me here on Wednesday for the conclusion of my Resident Evil 7 Let's Play, where I'm going to be finishing that game up, I think. I'm pretty close to the end. So you can find me online at Ravnos or at Gehenna Gaming, which is more important. So make sure you check out those things. If you enjoy our streams, want us to do really cool content like this more often, you can subscribe, you can back us on Patreon, you can donate directly, or you can just join our community over on Discord, all of which I will share links to when we wrap. But I want to thank you all for tuning in. I want to thank my cast one last time. I want to thank our sponsors, Elderwood Academy and Die Hard Dice. And I will see you again very soon. Thank you all. Have a good night.